Hello everyone and welcome back. It's been a while, but we are playing Victoria 3 again. So hello, and it's with the full gang. We have Zep.
Hello.
We have Lena.
Hello.
We have Ruben.
Hello.
And finally making her grand return to bully me, Agonia.
Hey,
Yes, I know you too.
I'm back.
So yeah, welcome. We are doing something. Oh, I have not done this one yet. Shit.
So can we go to the out-of-game dealings?
Oh yeah, why not? Let's just do the.
I think Zep wanted something.
Zep wanted
too.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more. It's less of me wanting something and more of, hey, this is my plan. These are my intentions. I intend to break up Brazil, and in the process, use my resources to build up the Amazon.
Huh. I see.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Non-interference in my gobbling up of Brazil will ensure trade routes and production that I'm spending in order to build up the rubber, lumber, and other resources of the Amazon.
So do you want Brazil completely for yourself, or does this mean someone can gobble up the other parts as well?
Do y'all want in on South America?
It depends. Yeah. South America. I am already in
depends
South
which
America.
We have an interest there, but that's something we can talk about.
I am happy with leaving your current territories fine. I'm not quite doing Monroe Doctrine, but I am kind of...
Oh, you mean Monroe Doctrine, the thing that the Americans never enforced anyway? Remember when France went through Mexico?
This is alternative history. Okay.
To this
time-
full enough, still to this day, one of the best leaders Mexico ever had.
This time my interest is more in the lines of no new colonies.
Would you actually
said-
potentially be open to, on the topic of Mexico, just splitting up Mexico in half?
Splitting Mexico in half?
Yeah.
Mexico... Okay, that depends. In one scenario, Mexico is a hard no. Mexico is all mine. In the other scenario, where South America is free from European influence other than currently existing colonies, I would be inclined to allow parts of Mexico to... I would be inclined to let some stuff happen in Mexico. Not a lot.
I mean, there's a thing I do want to throw the towel for Argentina. It is just very important for the French people because we are so very much enthusiastic with food, and the best meat is from Argentina, and so we want it.
Also, I want Venezuela. Oil.
Looks like something else.
That's it. I mean, I can help you split up Mexico if that would be a reasonable option. Not split up, sorry.
To be fair to this whole situation, Zep, technically,
Yes.
Ruben was strong enough to just take it. What can you
I'm
do?
trying to be friendly. So, okay, how about
I
this?
could
If
make
you-
it costly if Ruben wanted to just take it. I could make it costly for him.
Okay, how about this? I
Hold
will
on,
help you invade Mexico if you let me take Venezuela, and I will take nothing more in the Americas.
I'm
Not even
fine with
Alaska.
that. You
that
can
fine?
have you can have Venezuela, but I expect no other interference in the Americas from you.
Hello, Red
other
Seraph.
interference,
Also, we do have the one little bit of the Columbia district. Do you want to split across the 50th parallel?
yes.
That's fine by me. Yeah.
That was that's part of why I started doing that. I want the American homelands because that is actually one of my journal entries.
Do you want Alaska as well?
That's my intent is to get Alaska from.
Sure,
I'm gonna buy it from Russia.
We don't have any Russian players.
I do have a question though. Who
Yes.
wants Gaza?
Me. That's what I was going to say.
But you're tiny.
That's what I've been prepared. No,
But hold
see.
on,
No,
Lena,
wait, no.
Lena, hold on. But you have DEI. how can you want anything else?
So,
Can the Netherlands really take on Egypt? I mean,
No, that's the wrong Gaza room.
There's a Gaza down here for everyone who doesn't know.
That's the joke.
So I have been preparing. This spiel all week. Dames en heren, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is very grateful to the great powers of Europe for for granting us our territorial integrity after the fall of Napoleon. However, following that, we feel somewhat slighted, considering that, well, first off, the Cape Colony was originally Dutch, was seized by the British during Napoleon, and is now still in British hands. We have no interest at this time to contest the Cape Colony. That is fine if Britain wants to.
Yeah, you can take Orange and Transvaal. That's fine.
Yeah. That's what I was. That's what I was
Absolutely.
getting towards. Yeah.
Go for it.
That's what I was. That was what I was getting.
You don't
towards.
need to make the speech. Just ask for it. Go for it.
I've been preparing this speech all week. I'm getting.
I will help you. I will help you invade Orange and Transvaal if you want.
Yeah. So
I'll give you a front line for that.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I still will need a coastal connection. But yeah, like my intention is to reconnect with the Boers because they are there are still
they're Dutch. We know that. Yeah.
There are still people down there who have living relatives in the Netherlands. Like we need to bring them back into the fold. Furthermore, Belgium, the supposed state on our south, was historically part of the Netherlands. It should be part of the Netherlands. Has been under foreign occupation for hundreds of years. Was graciously granted to us after Napoleon. But now those ingrates have risen up, and the great powers have so far just sat by and done nothing. So we first intend.
Go for it.
Yeah, we first intend to reconnect with our Boer brethren, and then we will use that in order to prepare to teach the rebels to our south their place.
Attention!
So yeah.
Attention.
So,
It's mademoiselles et messieurs. Sacre bleu. You insulted all of France. Also, your flag is a shitty copy of ours. I will not stand for this.
Split Belgium by the actual states, because for the love of God, Belgium is it's half Netherlands, half France. So just split it that way.
Transvaal and Orania are a lot of resources and a lot of gold. So that's a lot to not get.
yes.
Yes.
So,
but however,
Great
cultural ties.
Great Britain already said their opinion. Now it's Prussia's turn.
okay, sure, go for it.
I'm willing to concede everything there if you join my power block.
What? Let me see what your power block is. I'm the Silver.
This is Ulrine Trade Union.
Yes.
Yes, that sounds like a good. That sounds like a plan. Also about the southern Netherlands, like the southern Wallonia. I intend to take it. I am willing to negotiate for that. However, I will say currently Luxembourg is still ours and is ensconced by Wallonia, France, and Prussia. So ideally, I would like connect it to Wallonia, and we will return to one happy united Netherlands. But that, like I said, that is something to discuss we can discuss in the future.
Then I will send you a power block embassy request.
Also, France.
Oui.
So, Africa.
Oui.
Can I take East Africa and you can take the whole of West Africa? I will, as a good jester, will give you British Gambia. Is it okay if I keep Sierra Leone as a puppet, but I'll give you British Gambia just as a goodwill gesture? gesture.
Where is the British? Yes, British Ghana.
Gambia.
So you want east versus where would be the line?
I'd say probably. I kind of would like Tripolitania in Egypt, but let's just say.
I think it's more northern Africa.
Oh, that'd be more northern.
We are speeding up.
Okay, you can see Constantine. How about that? Just that straight south. So I won't touch Benin or Igbo, so Nigeria or Sokoto or anything like that. I just kind of want to go with like Kenya, take over Ethiopia and Egypt.
Okay, so you're saying basically from Tunis down Tripolitania to Wadai, and then into that Congo strategic region.
Sure, yeah.
I do not understand where the line is supposed to be.
So now, if you look at the strategic regions map mode,
Yes.
Congo, half of Niger, and half of North Africa. So the parts of North Africa would be Libya, and so Tripolitania.
How do you get the strategic view? Sorry.
Tunisia.
Diplomatic
Bottom
lens.
right next to the word on the lenses, it's on the bottom of the list. You split up Niger, so I'm guessing Wadai, and I'm guessing Ruben probably just wants Wadai to connect north-south.
Yes, probably, but I think that would just be it, basically.
So you mean Nile, Ethiopia, and Zanji would be mine, and Congo, Niger, and Senegal would be yours.
Sorry. Basically, you see. I'll just say fuck it. See Egypt's line with Tripolitania. With the border of Tripolitania, right? It's a straight line.
Oh, the line,
Follow
yes.
that line
yes.
and just go south.
Anything
on the left, that's yours. Anything on the right, that's mine. How about that? Except from
wait.
Gaza and like Southern Africa, because that's Netherlands.
So because you said you wanted the east.
I've changed my mind.
No.
I'll just, with the exception of Sierra Leone as a puppet, and I'll give you Gambia as a goodwill gesture. So Gambia, that's south of your territory in West Africa. British Gambia, or you can just search it.
British Ghana?
Gambia.
Ghana. Oh,
Yeah,
Ghana.
we have two little strips of coastline there.
You can have that if you want as well. I don't really care. I mean, that would give you a board of the Ashanti, which you can invade, and Denmark. Actually, yeah, the Netherlands. That'll be your issue, but
Yeah. Like I am holding on to Dutch Ghana and Dutch Guyana for the moment because I feel like in the long run I might need all the leverage, trade goods I can get. Like if I can trade it for something, then I will be willing to. But for the moment I am holding on to it, being the let's say the most militarily challenged power of this conference.
American trade state.
Monsieur, I think we can be in agreement with that.
So for France, I've considered your request, and I am willing to give up Argentina if you do not involve yourself in South American affairs and do not move north of the Jujuy province, and I may ask for some of Argentina's provinces. Just the northernmost, too. Being the Argentinian Jujuy and Corrientes.
Oui. I will agree to that.
With that, Argentina is yours. I'm asking just out of clarity, does Prussia have any designs for South America?
No. I'm keeping out
Are
of
your
that.
design? Are your designs mostly like Russia Bay,
No.
Persia? Okay, so then what does Prussia want mostly then?
We don't need to ask that right now. That's not That's not too relevant. It's
Yeah, okay.
It comes up when it comes up.
if we're going to, yeah, it comes up when it comes up.
Yes.
Russia's interests are realpolitik.
It's why I have it's why I have two plans, just in case I end up not being in a situation where I can't fulfill one of my plans. Then I can move to the other one.
Then, do we want to start the game?
Hold on a sec. How can't I trade states?
You draft a
point.
treaty.
Oh.
You can still trade states normally, but you can't be. So you have to remember you can't be at war, and also you can't. If I remember correctly, you can't trade states that are actively being colonized.
Oh, okay. So I have to.
So yeah, if you want to hand off Gambia, then the province needs to be colonized fully by you.
Is that okay, friends? I'm not gonna touch it until it's finished. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Everyone ready?
Yeah, actually. I just realized I didn't get to my building part, but yes.
Your build. I'm pretty much ready.
Oh, wait,
Alright.
hold on a sec.
Oh my god!
What about Canada?
Oh, Canada?
Yeah.
I'm not against Canada staying as is, minus the 59th, minus the parallel.
Yeah.
That said, I'm willing to take it off your hands.
Oh, no, I'm not saying Cape. I'm basically saying 50th parallel. Was it 56th or 50th? Sorry.
50th parallel.
50th parallel. Below 50th parallel, it's free game for you. Do what you want.
Okay. I wouldn't be against. I would be appreciative to have Northern Columbia, so just like the all of Columbia District's territory, but that's not the above the line is not necessary.
Oh, no, I want Vancouver, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
So 50th parallel, below that, it's you can
Yes.
colonize to your free will. And if you want help with Mexico, I'm happy to provide it, because I've got 2 borders with them right now.
I want help with Mexico, and I may request British Guatemala for the sake of reforming.
Actually, hold on there. British Guatemala's going to stay, but I'm going to help you with Mexico.
I can live with British Guatemala, but I do want at least Mosquito Kingdom made into Central America. It's that little.
Oh,
East
sure, that's
stuff that
fine.
you
That's
have.
fine. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm pretty much set. I do want to re-emphasize. I promise to provide rubber to the world and oil. And a lot
How
of
very
other things.
American
I
of
will be
you.
doing a lot of- I will be doing a lot of trading.
Well, no, it's kind of the inverse of America, because America is sharing oil with the world instead of the other way around.
Yes, I'm collecting it all to hand it out. Not all of it. I'm not going to touch Africa. I don't know what I'm going to do with Liberia yet. That's
That's the French problem, so. Because Liberia,
Yeah, that
well,
would be
I mean, yeah,
would
that is
be
a French problem.
France, if you want Liberia, I'm willing to sacrifice it for either, I guess, for Guyana.
Okay.
Did you hear what he said?
What did you say? Okay,
If you
Liberia
want
for Guyana. We
Yeah?
can talk about this later, I would say.
Yes, we can talk about it later.
Yeah. First of all, we should start the game.
Good.
Hello, Joe Bucks, by the way. Now I can actually react to chat after all of this. Also, Dre, enjoying my Fritz Cola finally. The cola of virtual imperialism, not sponsored.
Yeah.
So, is everyone ready? Because it's already 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I am ready.
Good.
Also, Mosquito Kingdom's now free, and they've got a child king, so invade.
Nice.
Nice. Honestly, I mean, the obvious Joe Bugs, the obvious thing is that this expansion was already going to be really, really important and good.
I think that the expansion has made the. I don't want to say it's finally the full game.
No, not
but
really.
This is probably the best state. I think this is the single best state that the game has been on a patch release, on a DLC or patch release that it has had at all.
Yeah, like they definitely
Single best release.
they expanded on a lot of key things so far. Like for example, the big part was always the market was just. Let's just say you used it more to manipulate your own industry than anything else.
In the
And-
beginning, it was completely overpowered. Then they tuned it down, and now they've basically reached a milestone.
Definitely.
America, I am going to declare a rivalry with Brazil because they just rivaled me, and that will give me influence.
Oh yeah, so
that's
have I,
yeah.
but it's just
Yeah.
literally
Yeah,
just to get.
Brazil is to be bullied. That is the
Yeah.
that is part of Monroe Doctrine. That said, it will be eaten by me.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. Like I have no further designs on Brazil. Just letting you know that yeah.
For being so courteous.
Yeah, but also
we're being politicky, but also we're being very imperial right now. It's
I
not
mean,
just courteous.
as Red Seraph
We're
said,
talking about carving up countries.
it's like this is
Yeah.
like being the fly on the wall of all the colonizers dividing the world. Like, welcome to the evil
yeah.
simulator. What are you doing? Oh, you whore.
Yes. I will get in my obligation from you to take Siam, by the way.
Wait, to take what?
Oh my fuck! You fucker! Oh my god, no!
We had a dealing for
Yeah,
her to
it's-
keep
it's-
some stuff and promise not to interfere. I got an obligation where she has to help
Hold on,
me.
can you pause a sec? Sorry.
Where she, where she has to help me.
It's trying to get used to Vicky again with the fucking, and they've changed the UI with this
Yes.
version update, so it's
If you have problems, you can
trying to
pause for a
find
second.
where everything is. Okay.
What are you searching for?
What did you give her?
Treaty port. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck
called
I demand a treaty port with fucking
Draft treaty.
China?
I think that's you need to draft.
You have to go to your. When you're in the war, you have to go to. So essentially, what you do for your opium wars, you declare war on them. To. I don't. It's for what is it called?
Take treaty port. But I can't demand take treaty port.
No, you don't. You
Do you know what?
declare, I
That was
think,
how it was done
for-
before.
You declare for open market, I think, is what it is. It's open market, and then you add on to the thing. That. Oh, wait. Actually, you can have. If you
Yeah,
go
I can't
into
open
the
market,
diplomatic,
so-
go diplomatic lens, diplomatic demands, far right, take treaty port.
I tried that and it's not letting me do that.
You need you need an interest in the region. There needs to be a port there, and
Well, I can't do it
So there-
anywhere.
I
It let me do it in single player, so why is it not?
in the
Maybe they
war,
changed it in my specs.
in the war, you can technically add it as a war goal with
yes,
treaty stuff.
you can all put it as a war goal.
It's not involved. It's not an involved country alongside pursuing a diplomatic play. So-
I vaguely remember one of the dev diaries said that you can no
Oh.
longer directly demand it, but I might be mistaken.
Wait,
It's-
maybe you need to.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh.
From what I remember, you have to have some other diplomatic play, and then once diplomatic play is started, then you can add treaty port. If from what I vaguely remember, so
Yeah.
take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it's an added war goal, as far as I know.
Okay, so you need to like choose something to declare on them first, I guess.
It's Conquer State in Beijing, okay?
I guess we can't
Probably
stop
not.
you.
Oh, I could demand investment rights.
Yeah, that would be.
that would
That'd
work.
be good. That'd be a good one.
If anything, that's actually better. Honestly, at this stage of the game, I think that's probably, or rather, at any stage of the game, it's probably better.
Yeah.
And they accept
The investment
demands.
rights
Oh
just straight
god,
up.
why?
You need to force it if you want to add things later.
Yeah. Yeah. Or diplomatic play.
Well, so you're invading Johor first.
I need a bridge to land on the side.
You know what? Then I will also
I
station
have a
myself in
truce
the
until
region.
1940. Oh, for the love of God, I've got a truce for 5 fucking years.
Anyway,
Oh, the Opium Wars last 9 years. Okay, that's not too bad. I should have conquered fucking state.
I guess.
Is Sayak?
You could have just forced it.
Sayak.
Well, don't typically do that, and it's usually fine.
Usually.
I literally
Oh,
played
right.
single player before this, just before we joined the
It's
call.
possible multiplayer behavior differences caused it to want to back down because it wasn't sure if it could.
Also, it's still
Well,
random.
no, like specifically
Yeah.
letting me demand a treaty port in single player. But oh, this game might
I
just be a
see.
glitch. Maybe.
I don't know. What are you getting transit rights for through Sayak?
Hmm?
What are you getting transit rights through Sayak? Where are you going for that?
That's not transit rights.
I see you. Oh wait, no, next Sayak. You do realize that is right on the Dutch East Indies.
Yes?
What can you do?
Nothing yet. Something to keep an eye on. Something to remember.
True. Always remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tastes like a hostage situation.
Yeah. Tastes like interference in a legitimately claimed colonial region.
Oh,
I can fancy
no.
a treaty port in
I'm not
Kingston.
colonizing anything. I'm conquering. There's a,
Yes.
there's a difference.
In a region claimed by the Dutch East Indies.
And now by France. Anyway, so yeah, how has everyone's week been so far? It's been a while that we're back with Vicky 3.
It's been surprisingly
alright.
cloudy, but still warm, like boiling
yeah.
hot.
I hate the fact that it's just too warm.
It traps the heat in. It's
Yeah.
and it's humid.
Yeah.
So
Warm
Yeah.
too. Had a pretty good week. I played Betrayal at Baldur's Gate today, which was very fun. Fun game.
betrayal at Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, it's basically like Betrayal at House on the Hill, but D&D.
Ah.
Interesting.
It's a very fun. It was a very fun game.
Okay, how does that work?
Have you ever played Betrayal at House on the Hill?
No, that's
I
why I'm
hadn't
asking.
before. Okay. Yeah. So you all have like a character. Like there's 6 off the top of my head, and each one has like 2 variants. Like I was a drow, and I could choose between like the ranger or the warlock. That gives you a certain set of like 4 stats and a special ability. You all start in like a central tile, and then you move around, you explore around with like street tiles and building tiles, and you go into underground catacomb tiles, and you encounter things like events, and you can find items, and you can get omens, and it's eventually after a while, once you hit the enough omens, the haunt begins, which means that depending on what triggered the like, then you have like a whole table like how did it get triggered, and that gives you like the scenario for this particular run. So you don't know what the like the full point is at the start, and that can be one of you turns traitor, but in our case it was more like a PvE. Like there were cultists that we had that were hunting us, and we had to like find spell components around the map and collect them in the central tile to counteract their.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I do not know what I just clicked.
Well,
I had a pop-up happen and immediately just accidentally clicked on it because
Good.
I was already clicking that spot. Oh boy.
I hate it
Hope
when
it
that
wasn't anything important.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? It was the war ending. That's what it was.
Ah.
One of them.
So, I had actually a very, very funny thing happening because we were at the doctor's yesterday, and I think I wrote about it already, but anyway, the thing is, so sometimes you hear about, what other people are for at the doctor, right? So there was this guy,
Yes.
and he was there to get the vasectomy. And in the waiting room, he pulled out a fucking Harry Potter book to read, and something about that combination is insanely funny to me. So, it's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. It's just like, in public even, no shame.
I mean, a lot of people still like it, but
Yeah. I think honestly, like unfortunately, most people are not aware of this, of the whole situation. Like it's something that you have to be either in the British media sphere or online to really know about.
It actually reached a lot, but I think the more interesting part here is that who still reads the books? Like Harry Potter fans
Yeah.
don't.
to be fair,
Maybe he's someone new getting into it who heard.
Yeah.
who's
I mean-
been hearing about it all his life.
Yeah, but like here's the thing,
And
Zach.
that's also the majority of people who my understanding is the majority of people aren't like online enough to be aware of what she
Yeah,
does.
a lot of people.
You underestimate. You
Yeah.
overestimate how many people are on social media.
I mean, that's
majority of
interesting
people are
because,
not.
like, that whole...
or even the
um,
information spheres, because like not everybody's paying attention to this.
I mean, that's actually very interesting because I know, at least in the sphere of my parents and stuff, and they're not online. That reach them. And
I mean,
so...
that's your parents.
But I mean, also, yeah, again, I don't think
But
they
they
are a
don't read that.
Harry Potter fan because, again, Harry Potter fans do not read the books. They are
Yeah, like-
chronically against that, actually.
Yeah.
to be fair, he was kind of like flipping back and forth from early parts to the back of the book, so maybe he was actually analyzing it or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's probably not a fan. Too much effort.
You know what's interesting? Mm-hmm. My marine has only 25 organization from supply shortage.
Ooh.
But I don't know why.
Not enough boat.
Probably.
That could
Yeah,
be.
look at your convoys.
No, it's not enough man of wars.
Is that supply? I was thinking different supply.
Yeah, they have only half a boat.
You can buy them from me. I'll even do a treaty for it.
Well, I removed my tariffs on import right now, so whoever produces them, the best. The free
Well,
hand
if
of the
they get
market.
if they get sent your way, they get sent your way.
Yeah.
I do start out with a company that produces them, so
I know. Like, especially with later on, like ironclads and such. Yeah.
Oh, getting
I actually
Oklahoma.
don't know how long I'm going to keep that company. Like, I know I'll keep it around for a while, but I don't know if I'll keep it around the whole time. In one of my practice games, I managed to get 9 companies. I think 9 is probably the max number of companies that you can get, as any nation.
Probably, yeah.
Because it requires the 5 from technology, and you get 4. 1 from corporate state, 2 from the canals, and then 1 from the power block thing. But yeah, I've had a couple. By the way, I've had quite a few practice games, and this is the first time that Texas has survived. I'm very happy.
Texas not so strong usually.
Yeah, well, so what I've found is that you need to renegotiate your treaty day one, so that you give Texas military assistance, and sometimes they'll do a little bit better.
Ah,
Oh yeah. Do you want help with Actually, do you want a border with Actually, no, I don't have a border with New Granada.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to invade
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
It's very easy to invade New Granada. They don't defend Panama because it's a different strategic region. So they're only interested in defending their home region. It's an AI bug.
count down my numbers. Okay.
Oh yeah, did you guys see that Asbestos is making it's coming back?
Oh,
Sneaky
asbestos.
return.
You know what I was really like? Is there some show I don't know again from the British Isles? But like, oh no, wait. The comeback of the century. More cancer in the lungs.
The Asbestos rerun.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I will say asbestos tiles are not the worst. As long as they don't get disturbed.
It's
Yeah,
the
but,
airborne
like-
fibers. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, that's the thing. They were banned for a reason because you can do other stuff that is equally
It's-
good.
It's so,
So-
easy to disturb asbestos,
Yeah.
even when
Yeah.
sealed in tiles. And on top of that, you also have the problem of, what's it called? Because of, so this kind of goes into a bit of U.S. construction history. We designed our houses we started designing our houses back in the, I want to say the 60s, well, no, not the 60s, but the 70s. We started designing our houses with the intent of making them easy to renovate. Just because we were booming so much with resources.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
France,
That was-
you wanted to help me
yeah.
there, okay?
Yeah, I will join here. No
Okay,
worries.
So yeah, so we did that, and that ended up with us getting. It ended up with us kind of having that situation. What am I trying to do?
I mean,
Is that-
the thing is, I'm not really blaming people for anything about that because, like, the thing is, everyone uses asbestos. Like, when they tore down
Yeah.
the Palace of the Republic from the GDR, like, a decade ago, or 2 decades ago or so, they also were like, whoop, we have an asbestos problem. Because the thing is, asbestos was too good to be true. Period. Like,
Yeah.
I am not blaming anyone back then to be like, oh, hey, what are we, oh, is this a problem with asbestos or something? Like, why didn't they see the problems with asbestos? First of all, the airborne stuff was not well, it was not well researched because it's a long-term thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And second of all, I mean, okay, you go in here, okay? And you're like, oh, hey, we have, and they're like, okay, hey, this thing insulates really well, isn't really flammable, and is just like actually really lightweight. No, I'm not blaming anyone.
You need still to join France.
What?
You still need to join.
I did join.
No.
Oh, okay, wait, sorry. It's like, yeah,
Your 40s are going away.
I know, I can't really do stuff about them. Oh wait, now I can. Okay, let's go back actually. This is also why I wanted to station them, but it was a bit weird. Anyway, it's just, it's this thing of, you have, you have some stuff that is really good at something, and then only later you realize, oh, hey, wait, this was bad. Like, for example, lead. Holy shit, did we use lead, for example, in paint and such. And
That's great.
And lead,
Like,
yeah, lead,
in terms of its chemistry and stuff like that.
It's
Oh, yeah.
useful. Well,
Yeah, that's another thing. But the thing was, when lead was first introduced to the world, especially if we just talk about paint and such, you're like, yeah, lead paint was really good. And
that petrol was very good.
yes, it's like, holy shit, this solves so many problems. Until we realized, wait a second, lead poisoning is a thing, and we are really
Toxic.
yeah, and it's toxic as fuck, and it's not like that's the thing. There are chemicals that are that's a big thing. That lead was toxic is one thing people knew to a degree, but they didn't expect it in this form, and especially, and this is the key thing. There are a lot of chemicals that are toxic but safe when mixed into something else. But lead never became safe.
Yeah, from what I heard as well, although I haven't substantiated this, the fact that lead was toxic was known at least as far back as Roman times. But the
Yeah.
Romans still used lead for their water pipes because it was just the best route. Like they knew full well it's poisonous, but like there wasn't really much else they could do, so they used it anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So they just conquered everything, I guess. That is dumb.
You have your fleet there, so
Yeah, I just need to tell them here. You will be stationed at this HQ.
no station.
I
Just
see.
invade.
Yeah.
Stop fooling around.
I will. Yes. And good thing I conquered this thing, because now you can use it as staging ground.
Well, Japan's getting kicked. Japan's arse is getting kicked.
Oh, by whom?
But
Oh, I'm just getting a treaty port.
Oh, okay.
Because I can't invade Qing. So, might as well do
Just
something. somewhere
might
else.
as well invade Japan, right?
Yeah. Close enough.
I've actually found that Japan doesn't always do that well anymore.
Yeah.
I think it struggles to build up its economy from nothing.
I mean, there's a reason why it's like such a big thing historically. Why they actually, it's such a very important and surprising thing historically because, like, they were behind. Like quite a lot.
Yeah,
and
yes,
they just
and
modernized
no.
Which they
it.
modernized was very impressive.
Yeah.
The thing about here is, but at in 1980, in 1830s, Japan was like maybe a bit behind, but in terms of technology, they weren't that far behind actually. Like the thing is, people were often wondering, oh, why didn't people, why wasn't Japan invaded earlier? And the answer was, holy shit, have you looked at Japan's military? Like, the thing is, during, like, the Sengoku Jidai was, in hindsight, a blessing in disguise. Like, for example, if you look at China, they were, like, for a long time, they were a giant country that was not really militarized. So they got very complacent, and this is one of the reasons why then, the Europeans kind of walked over them. Japan, on the other hand, adopted building, rifles fast, and, arrows were still pretty good at that time. So, like, during the whole Sengoku Jidai, you had a whole country with a very well-trained military. Like, all those samurai and military people, they were trained. They
It's
had
also
fortresses,
worse
they had
because-
guns, they had everything, and they were ready. Invading Japan couldn't work. The Brits could
Yeah.
maybe throw their whole empire at it, but
It's also worse for the European powers to interfere in that period because it's so chaotic during the Warring States. Because it basically means that it's near impossible trying to sow any kind of rulership rulership-based order that Europeans would need to have done. So they figured it was just better off to just just let
yeah.
them do their own thing. And
I mean-
maybe you come in and grab a
You
scraps
can't
at the
just
end.
what's it, puppet a regime already built.
I mean, and this
Yeah.
is not only the Sengoku Jidai. This is like afterwards during the Edo period. Again, at that point, Japan was even more strong because they kept their military. I mean, Korea kind of kicked their asses. That happened. But overall, the thing was just Japan was so heavily militarized and equal in technology level that, during the Edo period, by the way, I think the Spanish tried. They tried. They were also like, hey, maybe we can try it a bit. And the answer was, no. You do not have the logistics and you don't have the, equal, they neither had the logistics or the advanced technology or any kind of illness they could pull in, like in the Americans, that would help them in any significant way. It was just impossible. And this is why the Americans only opened it up later, because, the thing is, when the Americans rolled up with steel gunboats, at that point the technology was so far ahead from them, developed so far that Japan could catch up again.
Also, in this time period, what we think of as colonization and invasion just didn't really exist across the sea. Even a lot of the colonies at the time, like the Dutch East Indies, like the British in India, most places where there was an existing political structure, that wasn't a military invasion. It was more like the local rulers became clients of European powers that propped up the rule, and in return was sort of not entirely unlike what we think of how the feudal system works, which is also deeply incorrect. But what purpose would invading Japan is very strategy game thinking. What purpose would a real 16th, 17th, 18th century European country have for sending a military force all the way across the world, all the way around Africa and Asia to land in Japan? What purpose would that serve? What benefit would they derive from that?
Yeah.
Which I'm doing right now. Building tea.
Tea and resources, but in reality, it's obviously way harder to administrate.
Yeah.
That's the thing you need to keep in mind. A lot of those colonies that you see here didn't happen because, some big military force rolled up. This is the East India Company. A fucking company conquered so much of India because the thing was, they had trade relationships with India, and this was just more beneficial. They wanted the tea, but then India splintered politically so much that the Brits could just sweep in. And back in the day, people were like, why don't we, what people are like in hindsight, why didn't people resist that? And the answer was, a bunch of them collaborated because the thing was similar to, China, for example. A lot of people know that United Nations are better. And when, for example, the Brits swooped in and were like, hey, if you work for us, your standing will be better secured and you have access to our trade and all of that. A lot of people were like, you know what, that's a good deal.
Yeah, and also,
yeah.
Great. Yeah, like you see on the map here, it's not this India, this is all now British. It is all these little states that owe fealty to the company and later on to the British, all the way up to independence. India was divided into all these different princely states that have their own sort of. It wasn't a united country at all. That was one of the big challenges after Indian independence was state building and nation building. Because it just didn't didn't exist. There was, even after independence, there was still what was it? Hyderabad, big country in central India. Didn't the ruler didn't want to become
it was
part of India.
It was Kashmir.
No, Hyderabad. Osman Ali Khan was.
Different. Oh, you're talking about a different thing. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Go on.
Yeah. Like the big country in the middle of India, which is on the map here right now, like the second biggest landholder in India after the East India Company itself, didn't want to bend the knee to Delhi, and there was actually like it's something that India itself doesn't really teach. It's not something that you really often hear about, but they had to actually. It was essentially a war, an invasion.
Yeah.
Like it was a full enclave and surrounded by India, but India had to send in the military to fight the Hyderabad military, overthrow the government in order for Hyderabad to become part of India.
Yeah.
Because it was still a princely state that wanted to keep its independence.
Yeah, and that's just a thing about a lot of regions. Like, both of us are like, oh, the Dutch East Indies or the Philippines. Like, the Dutch East Indies happened because the Majapahit?
Majapahit.
Majapahit.
Mafia
Wow.
Yeah, they don't exist anymore. Like, this was a splintered region, and they could just swoop in, and it was just,
And you can see, like, even now on the map, like, the Dutch East Indies exist, but there are still all these tiny little statelets that owe fealty, that are subjects of the Dutch East Indies, like local ruler. That was a big thing with Dutch colonial administration, was working with the local elites.
Yeah.
That held, like, still held local power in name of the Dutch overlords.
It was just, a lot safer for many of them. And, so colonization never really went in and, oh, someone came and did this, or someone came and did that. Like, you need to keep in mind, if there is one thing, especially, throughout history, then that rewriting, or reframing history to fit current world political goals or narratives is so fucking ingrained. And this isn't even to be like, and this goes both ways. This is not what fascists do. It's also what, to a degree, sometimes leftists do, because, like, when you go into the thing of details, it sometimes gets messy, and a lot of people just decide, hey, if we just, leave out some stuff, maybe, it just gets a message across better. Yeah. For example, like, when I think a good example in that regard is Hawaii, because, people, it always just gets broken down to, oh, the Americas just the industrialists swept in and just overthrow a legitimate government, and that was that, a story you heard a lot of times.
And then some of their rulers kind of sold out to the industrialists.
Yeah, that's the other thing. When you then look into the fact that the monarchy before that was already pretty corrupt, already sold a lot of the...
It was also weak in a lot of places, and not that this all justifies the whole Hawaii situation.
That's a big thing we need to point out. This, it's completely true that, yes, they were annexed. Yes, this shouldn't have gone that way. Like, the people of the nation should have had more of a saying. And yes, there is a cultural genocide that happened to suppress the local cultures. But also, if you're just framing as this was this one build-up, and not just a lot of the country was already sold out to American businessmen, and then the monarchy was weak and basically collapsing, and then the businessmen were just like, listen, either we let this all fail and burn and collapse, or we just coup and stabilize it. At this point, the thing becomes more messy. But again, even though it doesn't end in the fact that what happened afterwards was unjustified, it's just, this wasn't just some, evil stuff, evil thing plotted in the background. And you could definitely make a case that if the monarchies of Hawaii weren't so fucking incompetent, a lot of the businessmen would just have left it alone, because, again, for most of them, this action didn't come from, oh, we want to reign over the natives. It came because simply the government is becoming so unstable, it might as well be better for us to coup. And again, at that point, the whole story becomes just this tiny bit too messy to use in, effective messaging outwards. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Congratulations on owning Siam.
Yeah, and there's also a reason why these days you'll see the phrase settler colonialist thrown around in some places, because a lot of what, like, a lot of the current contemporary perception of colonialism is settler colonialism, which is what took place in North America, but and in some other places, but was actually by far the rarer form of colonialism. Where the native population was actively displaced and a whole new thing was built up. That was extremely rare outside of the vast expanse of the United States, because in pretty much
We decided to do colonialism, and when asked what flavor, we said yes.
Yeah. Like even before that, in like the 16th, from like the 17th, 18th century, before American independence, it still basically was the way that the British colonies were run. Like they did not integrate with local power structures, which again, like I said, is so much rarer than elsewhere. Like even the
Well,
vast
we did
Spanish-
business with the local power structures. Essentially, we
Yeah.
made deals, and
Yeah.
most of them were pretty shitty deals for the locals, but they didn't know that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like you made deals with them, you traded with them, but you did not go, okay, this is your land, but if you swear allegiance to us, we will. If you administrate this area in our name, then we're good. Like that is like the
that was
colonists-
French,
that's what I mean.
That was French Canada.
Yeah. Like
By the way, Acuña,
that is the difference of.
Do you want to help me get the protectorate?
What? Who?
I want Ho Chi Minh in my country.
What do we get for that?
My eternal gratitude?
Do you want to take over? Actually, no, you want to protect it. Sorry, I was mixing up.
You're pretty good at role-playing Great Britain. Even a deal between other countries, you just butt in.
No, because I want to border against China to make it easier to invade, basically.
I can help you with that later.
Okay.
You can get Burma, maybe.
So, France, you want Dynam. That's fine by me. What do I get? Any ideas? Another out-of-game obligation?
Why not?
Okay.
Just fuck me over a second time.
Sure. Then I will let you do that however you want. Okay?
Yes.
Or do you want me to join? I don't think you need me for Dynam. You have literal land border there.
Da-da-da.
Russia, I agree to join your power bloc, but our leverage has stabilized and is not sufficient. If what other items, what other treaty items would you agree to in order to get the leverage to get me in power?
How about we get trade privileges?
That sounds good. Oh. Sorry, I
to
thought
them.
you meant me.
No. But right now I'm poor on influence. Let me see. How about I rival Spain? Don't like them.
I would.
I don't like Spain.
Yeah. So trade privileges one way, both ways.
I just sent you.
yeah, okay. There it is. Both treaties are called the Breslau Protocol. Let's see, what will this do? We'll see if that is all.
I wonder how much I need because the new eye for the power block is kind of shit.
Yeah, it is. It says here the expected leverage advantage you get is 118, so not quite enough. But we'll
if you do a bunch of treaties, that you'll do that. For example, having trade privileges on each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have that now.
Investment rights, guarantee of independence will do it.
Yeah.
I think just the more deals that you have in a treaty, I think will also improve the leverage by flat amounts. That said, I haven't done too much experimenting with it. I just noticed it on the periphery.
Military assistance or guarantee?
I would want investment rights.
Yep.
Do you want something specific? Like military assistance, for example?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Oh well. By the way, everyone who's watching and is kind of a regular, if you're interested, we have a community Discord, and it's like if you're like, oh hey, I want to hang out with lefties, have some fun talking. It is invite only, so you have to say, oh hey, yeah, that sounds like a nice place to hang out. Then we will send you an invite.
Yeah, this will.
Just whisper me on Twitch if you want an invite. Whisper me on Twitch. I put my name in the chat. So yeah.
Yeah, like this will give us 280 leverage, so this will be enough. Yeah, like what I was saying earlier, like about the colonialism stuff, like the vast like Spanish and Portuguese colonial empires in Central and South America were not settler colonialists. They were more the traditional kind of colonialism, where they overthrew the local powers, but then they worked with the remaining local notables to administrate. Like, it was more of a hybrid system compared to much of the rest of the world, but it was still working with local, like, what remained of the local ruling class. That is why there's like the current population of Central and South America is much more integrated. There's much less segregation and separation compared to America, where like North America, where like the natives and the First Nations are much more separate from the descendants of the colonial population. Like, even in the Americas themselves, what was often seen as just one single colonial thing, had two very different methods of colonization, essentially.
Forget where it is.
To finish the spiel I was saying. So it's like to finish the story the thing I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the thing with that is, I forget exactly where it happened, like where the divergent point was, but I do know that, what's the word? I know that there was a point during the colonization where the natives had a chance to integrate with the U.S. There were like offers or whatever, I forget exactly what it was, but the majority of them made it known to the government that, to the U.S. government, that they under no circumstances wanted to do that.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
so
it was
they were just
understandable to a degree. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they wanted independence and stuff like that. And also, let's not forget, in the center of America, Louisiana was, up until then, they had a completely different, the thing was, Louisiana was more like, very, basically independent nations that were like, oh, hey, France is protecting us, so technically this was French territory, which was fucked up that Napoleon could just sell it. That's the thing.
Money inboard.
Yeah, I know, but still, imagine
Also,
that
Napoleon wanted to make sure that the Americas were uninvolved in things. Not that we were a threat to him, but we would be a bother. Especially given, I believe at this point he was well aware of how bad distractions could be for him. And so...
Yeah, I mean, it was more what I wanted to say. It's more of the point that French Louisiana was actually more like they had, their towns at the coast, and the rest was more like
the towns were
basically
more like
just an
European trading outposts.
Yeah, basically just an agreement with it was people were like, oh, is it their territory? Is it French territory? Yes, kind of, but basically, oh, you had some trappers, going after beavers, and mostly the natives were left alone, and they were trading partners, and again, this is the thing where you need to keep in mind that, again, the French American territories were very loose and more of there was a rough line, and if the Brits went over that, the French would be like, no, let's send some military there. And natives did ally with them a lot because they were like, yeah, we were kind of fighting for the same thing here. And then the French sold it, which is like, how the fuck do you are able to do that?
So this is the perspective that I see when I had learned about the history of all this. The French always saw the Americas as a business opportunity. Oh. But the people, including the people that were there, it was never, oh, I'm going to move there and I'm going to live there. This is my new home. It was always, I may move there and I may live there, but this is never going to be my new France. This is
I'm gonna make my
just a
fortune here and then go
business.
back home.
Yeah,
that's-
even if they
that's-
never end up going home.
Yeah.
But for the Americans, or rather the English, because people were shipped off to there,
Also,
they decided
religious
that this was going to be their new home.
prosecution. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
And so
yeah.
it became a situation of, this is where I live, this is where my future is, this is where my family's future is. There is no reason for me to not entrench myself here.
Yeah, like again.
And thus you end up that.
By the way,
that.
just so we know, we're not talking about why stuff happened.
Yeah.
It's more like, this is how it was set up, that, this was much more open. And again, the point I wanted to make is, it's kind of fucked up that still in the end, even if colonialism was, more of a loose thing, as with, France and Louisiana, that it still ended up that, some fucking guy in Paris could just sell it all. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
to be honest, it's less of them selling it; it's more them selling their claim to it because they didn't actually control.
I mean, that is fair that they sold the claim, but like, it's still fucked up, It's still kind of very fucked up that it happened
For
like
sure.
that. But then again, I think this is another thing I need to make clear. When we're talking about that, this is more about the actual intricacies of the stuff. We're not saying colonialism was good. Like, colonialism was
Yeah.
always bad. Like, it's
Yeah.
just, like, for example, when the Dutch...
Mechanic.
When the Dutch, for example, took over, like, the 3 islands where nutmeg was grown, and then they were like,
Spice Island.
yeah, but because they traded with them, and then they realized, shit, those natives could trade with everyone. How about we just murder all of them and take the islands for ourselves and start mass producing nutmeg? Then we will be rich. And a few years later, they realize, shit, mass producing nutmeg dropped the price. Now it's worthless. And you're like, you fucking, you idiots. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you killed a whole culture, literally wiped them from the face of the earth, just to screw over a whole market because you're incompetent bastards. And then you crash your own economy with flowers. Like, holy fucking shit, what is wrong
Yeah.
with you?
Yeah.
To be fair, it was kind of the first time it happened, so learning process.
You know what? Shitting on the Dutch is sometimes just necessary. Usually the
Agreed.
Belgians get all the heat. The Dutch also should get a bit of...
Oh, absolutely agreed.
Yeah. It's always like, oh, we weren't as bad as... No, every European colonizer was that bad. Sorry.
Absolutely.
All of them. There is no good European colonizer. No matter what...
Let's just. Well, I think you're forgetting the word. There is no good colonizer.
Yeah,
Doesn't
okay,
have to be
fair point.
European.
There's no good colonizer. I mean, it's like, even when
'cause the
Asian
Brits aren't
people did,
European.
like, hello Japan, you also just went straight to horrific genocide.
It's funny how that kind of happens.
By the way,
Yeah.
Agonia, you're not helping.
I asked you if you need me, and you didn't answer. I said
Okay, then
There's
the
so-
obligation doesn't count.
I asked you if you actually need my help there because Dynam is so weak.
I thought I needed it, but, not anymore, actually. I'm
See,
taking over.
deal is deal.
No, the deal was that you helped me, but
I-
you didn't come. So you don't help me, deal is void.
But I didn't interfere.
That is just
So half.
I will not interfere in something else then.
Okay.
Yes. But yeah, history, it's messy as fuck. Like, that's also why I
fucked
will...
up, yo.
Yep. This is why I will also say, for example, you always need to interrogate when people tell stories or claims about the history of one's nations. Like, one of the favorite things people to this day claim is a thing is the whole, if the tribes haven't had won at the Teutoburg Forest against the Romans, Germany wouldn't exist in the way it does. And the answer is no. that's bullshit. That's literally a traceable nationalistic myth from the 1800s, because back then people wanted to have wanted to do nation building in Germany, and they thought they needed a coherent, shared history.
Yeah.
Because the problem was
They always try to establish like
Well, they could be true technically in the sense that it would create a gigantic butterfly effect, and who the fuck knows what else would happen
No.
if you just changed that old stuff.
The irony-
Or
not really.
Is that a bit too big? Not really.
it was too
Okay.
big. Like, you need to keep in mind the thing that
there would
happened.
have been needed a substantial thing happening because the thing wasn't that big. Like
Oh, okay.
if we assume like the Teutoburger Wald was defended, right, successfully, if I remember.
No, the Romans were basically beaten completely, and they lost the whole legion.
Yeah.
Like, it was an embarrassing loss. Like, yes, the Roman emperor was like, "Give me back my legion,
But
you
if-
asshole!" Like, to
Yeah.
the general that did it, but
Yeah, but like they would have needed way more. What's it called? An absurdly different outcome.
Sorry.
like that is a thing you need to keep in mind. Where people are like, "Oh, but they defeated the whole legion." Yeah, that was embarrassing. Like, again, we have historical records, but even though they're bit, like, people are like, maybe they're not that correct. That the Romans were like, first, what the fuck is going on here? Because this was a loss of a huge amount of manpower and equipment to basically tribes, But, and this is a big thing you need to keep in mind, the Romans already controlled like everything up to the Rhine. The only thing that might have happened is that they would have moved up more to the coast, like maybe a bit more of, like, instead of just, having a wall, like, they had the limes like right through here. Keep in mind, from the Rhine down here, they built a huge wall. But the thing is, this is why they never conquered Scotland, because they were like, it's hard to get in there. It would cost a lot of manpower. Let's just build a wall and be done with it. And similar, they did this with.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
Which
Similarly,
is basically the deciding factor for the majority of history.
Yeah. Similarly, the idea was that they maybe would expand a bit more up the coast, and there is evidence that Roman ships did go up to Hamburg, Denmark, or maybe even visited Norway. That was a thing. Like, that they probably had some scouting fleets there. But overall, Roman influence would have not gone much further, because look at the gigantic ass fuck off border they already had to defend going straight through Europe, and it wasn't easy. Like, you need natural borders, like, rivers and such. So it's not easy. And basically, yeah, the thing is, they probably try to do a little bit more, get some, because, the insurgents was also not only about conquering territory. Like, the Romans wouldn't just start conquering all of Germany. Like, no. The thing was, they wanted to subjugate some tribes, to get better trade deals, maybe have some more outposts, again. That was their goal, not to conquer Germany, because Germany didn't exist back in the day. And what's even more interesting? Because when people are like, oh, but what? No, we have Roman influence still in that region.
You can
Keep
have
in mind.
influence just by trading.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, Romans spread their culture by trade more by anything else. Second, most countries already joined, a lot of countries joined the Roman Empire on their own accord. Because being in the Roman Empire was simply better for a lot of people. They were just like, no. We like the joke in, The Life of Brian about what did the Romans do for us. And then the list just keeps going on about how they brought infrastructure and education and clean water. And then they're like, what did they do for us? Like, yes, that's the reason why a lot of people actually were like, fine with the Romans because the deal is, you allow that, and allow them in, and you get good roads, you get aqueducts, and just then again we have Trier. This is possibly the oldest German city, and we know that because they still have Roman buildings there. I'm not kidding you. They have a fucking basilica from the Roman ages. They have
Buildings are roaming? Where are they going?
from the Roman.
Underground mostly.
They even
No,
have.
that's the Underground Railroad.
Yeah, and the city gate from the Romans is also still there. And guess what? The best thing you can still have from that region as influence is they're drinking wine. Yeah, so the thing that the Romans brought up, especially to southern Germany, is wine culture. Like, I'm from that region, and I can tell you, like, as much as, North German, like, especially Friesland, has a big tea culture. Holy shit, the Frisian people drink so much fucking tea. No, seriously, if Ostfriesland was its own country, they would drink more tea per head, per person, than any other nation in the world. They would outdrink Britain, they would outdrink Turkey, and even combined...
Oops.
Even those two combined would not be enough for what the Frisian people are drinking in tea.
China, India?
What? Nope.
Japan?
More than China, more than Japan. The Frisian people drink a fuck ton of tea. It's like they have a whole ritual for that.
The Tesian people.
Yes.
Kind of.
And yeah, the southern part of Germany was very much a wine culture because they're still doing wine. They're still planting wine there. And then you go, the further north you go, the more there is, beer. The thing is, beer then slowly went more south because, here's another thing, why did beer culture replace wine culture in a bunch of areas that much? The answer is actually pretty simple. There was a small ice age, and that ice age actually, lowered the temperature so much that it was harder to, plant grapes to make wine. You need an alcoholic beverage for a lot of things, but hop and wheat, you can plant that. Malt, you can do that. Beer, you can have beer. So that moved down there. This is why, there's still like beer cultures, for example, here in the Bavarian Rhineland is like a perfect example. This is where I grew up. It's basically still in a region where they plant wine, like literally the Mosel and the Saar, they have wine there, a lot. But it was also later Bavarian territory, so guess what? They also had a lot of breweries, so you kind of get the best of both areas there. But the thing is, you see how the weather influenced more about the culture shifting in Germany than the Romans? And then there's this other thing going on, and this is actually kind of interesting. So there was this thing, after the Roman, kind of during the fall of the Roman Empire, which they self-inflicted because the Romans were stupid. So there was this thing with the Huns moving in, and so basically everyone from this region moved south. Remember the Gothic invasions, where the Goth girls took over Rome? And it was great for a while. Yeah. Remember, like, whole cultures just moving south? Yeah. Like, the thing is, and no one can be like, oh, it would have been so different. No, if anything, the Roman northern border would have just fallen faster. Because they were even more spread out. That is the thing. Like, we had this great, this great event that just literally...
Lena's computer crashed. Sorry.
Oh, okay, that's why she isn't here anymore. Anyway, let's keep talking. Like, yeah, keep in mind, all of these people moved over to the south, and they just replaced so much, and the whole culture shifted. Everything just fell apart. Like, it was just a whole section of history being completely wiped. Like, I know blank slate is a thing that's not really applicable to a lot of situations, but there it was. So yeah, that is one thing. Oh, the other one I want to point out. So is the thing where people are like, this was such a devastating loss to the Romans. You know what? Losing a legion is bad. So the Romans controlled all of this territory, like sometimes even to Persia.
I'm going to the toilet, so not starting, okay?
Sure. So, yes, losing a legion was bad. Do you know how many legions Rome had? If they wanted, they could send another one. Would take time to rebuild the lost one, but yeah, sorry. Rome could have just sent in another legion if they wanted to. They just were like, nah, don't want to. It was simply not worth it for them. That's it. So, yeah. History time. I missed this. I really missed this. So, yeah. Chat, how are you doing? How was your week? Hope you're all holding up and you're all doing well and the week was not too bad and your food was well spiced and I don't know, you slept well and yeah. You're enjoying this history lesson.
Your week, Sep.
Oh no,
Was he dead?
probably
Is that one
exploded.
too?
Zep exploded. Shit. PC crashing, people exploding.
What can you do?
Yeah. Oh, wait, there she is again. Wait a second, I'm just pulling her in. Hello. So Zep is just kind of not here, so we have to wait.
I'm like,
Oh.
I was in and out for a moment just because I was attending to the
Ah.
dogs.
Ah, okay.
Zen
yeah.
state.
Yeah, but my computer just hard crashed, so I had to reboot.
Ow.
I've heard some people having problems after the new update with micro stutters in autosave and crashes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So
I had
I did
yeah.
see that happens with that can happen with multiplayer.
I think they
I
fixed
think
some
they-
stuff there. So,
Yeah, I
I
think they
heard
said
that-
they
I heard
fixed some stuff in the patch, but I don't remember. But I think they said in the hotfix to make sure that you're using Vulkan if you have the problem.
I had this happen earlier this week as well, where my computer just locked up and crashed. I don't remember what I was playing. I don't think it was Victoria, so it might just be my computer having issues. I don't know.
now,
Yeah, well, yeah.
now we
well,
have
the
to
game
wait
is-
for Nyado.
Yeah. Well, the game restarts, and considering that we were already talking about imperialism, I'm going to go grab a Fritz.
Sure.
Yeah, so, how was your week, Sep? Nice and chill.
Yeah, it's been relaxed. It was a little hectic yesterday just because the dogs were a bit upset because we didn't. It was the second day of me not taking them for walks because
Aren't
the
you dog
weather has
sitting as
been
well?
so my parents are
Your
out
parents
of
are
town.
away,
Yeah. Yeah, my parents are out of town for the entire month, so I'm watching their two dogs for the whole. I'm taking care of their two dogs for the whole time myself. And so I've had to get up early in the morning, feed Ginger and Brandy, and then I need to deal with them until it's time for them to eat. In fact, it's actually it's almost 5:30, so while we're waiting, I'm just gonna. I should probably just feed them because that's what Ginger's been yelling at me for.
yeah.
Now, or?
Yeah, let him do.
Yeah, I should go
Probably
now.
should, then.
There's not really much more of an ideal time to do it than now.
Let him feed the doggos. Lena still has to reconnect anyway.
No. Well, yeah, she does. I think.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find right now how do I get to the world market?
It's in Atlantis.
I know it's Atlantis. I'm still a bit disappointed that, like, if you control over 50% of the world market, you should get basically the Atlantis achievement.
Yeah, because it's supposed to exist in the ocean, so it's just
Conceptually.
Yeah, so it's like just call it Atlantis. God damn it. Oh yeah, you know what? I can ask that for later. What? He's not online, so no, probably today. Well. So, we need some topics now. I just realized I'm
You
not.
guys-
I have not.
Here's a topic. Do you know why the number of convoys is so low? Is it because there's not enough demand for like trade routes, so they don't demand the merchant
No,
shipping?
convoys are now built from ports, I think. So
Yes. They're merchant marine now.
yeah,
I think they're influenced from merchant marines.
yeah. So you need that. Okay.
But doesn't the amount of merchant marine depend on the essentially the number of people employed though?
Yes and no. It's basically ports are now production buildings, so you need clippers. They get into the port and get converted to merchant marine and convoys.
Okay.
Like if you just click on a port of yours, you see it pretty quickly.
Also, I love how construction's never enough. It's always like more, need more.
True. If you're a big country, especially with many subjects that pay you, you have so much reinvestment stuff, you often need a lot of construction sectors. That's why probably Zeb and me pick countries that need some time to warm up.
Yeah. When you're not even the country you want to be.
I am the country I want to be.
No, you want to become Germany.
Yes, true.
So, and now in a few months we will have an expansion set in Austria and the Ottomans, which generally makes me wonder when if we start a new play there, if who should play Austria, who should play Ottomans.
Depends. I would like to play the Ottomans, but
You know, we can draw straws maybe, or someone must not play one of them.
yeah. Sure.
Spain and Portugal is gonna be a hotly debated thing, though.
Maybe I can go back and play Brazil again.
Oh yeah, that's a thing you could do. That's true. Which would probably be more interesting if you do it during Iberian Twilight, though, because they will have a connection 100%.
I heard something about Spain and Portugal being hotly contested.
Yeah, because it's about who will play what when the flavor pack's coming out. Because now that they split basically the I think. Okay, can I say one thing? I do like the structure that they have settled on now. I think they might need one more flavor pack to bridge everything. Maybe that will still come. Who knows? But I do think the idea of
Okay. So everyone ready?
I'm still relaunching the game. No, I'm still relaunching the game.
Good.
Yeah, we're not in here yet.
Yeah.
Like, I like the fact,
Okay.
I like the mixture of, you have one big expansion that is focused solely on mechanics. That is good. I think this was probably the biggest problem Sphere of Influence and such had, that they try to do both at once, while Charters of Commerce really now is more like, not a lot changed in terms of flavor stuff, but the mechanics have been substantially overhauled in the game, and this is good.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah,
the game needs one big update, and I think probably the next year could be the military one, because this seems like the one they might go for next. Because this would have the biggest ripple effects, I would say. Okay, overhauling how military works, maybe have, guns like to manufacture and templates and individual ships and stuff. And then they can also go for individual locomotives, maybe. Anyway, the thing is, this makes more sense. And then okay, 2 or 3 flavor packs, just being like, okay, so everyone doesn't to understand that Charters of Commerce right now is expand mechanic-wise, with world market, treaties, etc. Like a lot of gameplay mechanics that are very integral to the game have been added. And the next thing that will be added is basically it's about this of what national. It's an Austria Ottoman / Balkan expansion. So everything in this region will get more stuff to do with their journal entries and just unique things to become. So that is just then more fun to play as. And the one afterwards is gonna be about Iberia. So Portugal, Spain, and I can almost guarantee you Algeria and Morocco also get stuff that you can do the Reconquista probably. Because that is almost a guaranteed thing, I will tell you. Just for the joke of it.
I think that Charters of Commerce is basically in the same vein as Art of War for EU4, where it's the expansion that's like that everybody will consider mandatory. Like this is if you need this in order to properly play the game. Basically,
I mean they made how's it called Sphere of Influence like part of the starter pack. So I think probably a lot of people will also get that, but Sphere of Influence and especially Charters of Commerce are gonna be the 2 ones where everyone's like, if you like what you see with Wiki 3, you want those. Like, it's similar to how, when you bought Crusader Kings 2 back in the day, it was like, oh, you like the base game? You do want the Old Gods and the Islam one, and the Indian one as well, because they just make sense to have, actually. And also Way of Life, because Way of Life was so important, actually. I think Way of Life is the best comparison from Crusader Kings to this one. If I'm honest, because it's just, before that, oh hey, we have an RPG system. Afterwards, it was like, yeah, we have an RPG system. Okay, so... Oh yeah, they showed they started showing the first stuff from the new Age of Wonders 4 expansion, and it looks good. Holy shit! Age of Wonders 4 is kind of on a roll with the second expansion season. Like, the first one was good. They added stuff that is like, this is fun. The second, usually you're like, oh, the second years of expansions are usually not that good, but I would generally say the second years of expansions for Age of Wonders 4 seem to be the best so far in terms of package. It's just that good in what they're adding right now.
I'm just remembering how long it takes for Lena to reconnect.
Definitely put it on.
I am rejoining. I am just starting to rejoin, so we'll see it. Yeah.
You should definitely reconsider the whole SSD thing.
Yeah.
The Victoria free SSD.
Yeah. The thing is, I still have an external hard drive that I haven't even connected because I need to redo my entire electrical setup, and after that, I'll see about getting an SSD maybe. But actually, I don't know if external SSD would matter that much. Because USB.
It depends on what kind of USB cord you have, actually.
Yeah. I need to redo my entire USB setup as well. I think I need more splitters. My USBs are already.
I can say even if it's USB connected, it's probably gonna be some sort of upgrade because, for example, hard drives themselves, if they're directly plugged in and it's really high, good one, they're still slower than an SSD. For example, we had a pretty good HDD with some extra loading better stuff in our PS4, and this helped with loading times. But then later on we bought an external SSD just so we have a place to put our PS4 games onto the PS5, just by plugging them in, and they loaded so much faster already on the PS4. Like, holy shit! This is like cut them in half basically. It's kind of impressive.
I am back in the game. Give me a minute to make sure everything is still fine.
Oh yeah, by the way, ever heard of one of the funniest world
I
records?
think there's a fan in the background.
Yeah, by
Sorry,
Ruben.
it's just so I'm not boiling hot.
Yeah.
Yes, but why is the British fan so loud?
Have you ever?
Because
have you
it's
ever
boiling
seen
hot and
British
I'm in a
football
small
matches?
room with no AC.
I mean, yes, we're also in a small room with no AC and a fan going. And then
I've got a fan going, and it's actually it's not that loud.
Yeah, we made it.
Because I turned it up because it was getting a bit hotter in here.
We put it on silent mode and opened the window, and now it's going pretty.
The window's open. But the problem with the window being open is, there's this one cunt on a fucking shitty motorbike that sounds like it sounds like he's put it on a fucking like loudspeaker. Like
Oh, yeah.
on the cars you can barely hear it, but the fucking motorbike,
Oh, yeah,
you
no.
hear everything.
Motorbikes are loud, like stupidly loud. Just yeah.
I'm pretty sure I know which guy it is, and it's like a super fucking old retro motorbike. So it's just louder.
Cool.
I am
And
good.
I have
I
no
am good
idea
to
why
resolve.
he's fine.
Okay, we can resolve that on 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Also, unfortunately, I just got an anti-Prussia lobby, but I'll do my best to suppress them.
thank you.
What's the thing called? The funds sharing thing. The support lobbies thing that can help counteract that.
I think my game just crashed.
Oh.
Oh no,
Yeah, it froze for a bit on January 2nd, and now on January
No,
5th.
it's just
you're out.
you're out of sync.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, reload maybe.
Yeah.
Rip. Okay, so actually, what kind of companies can I establish?
Yes, you're a very good girl. Yes.
I think Zep is in another Discord now.
Not
He just took it to his dogs.
Sorry, I didn't realize you could hear that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm currently I'm slightly away from my desk, but I didn't. I guess I can be heard from here.
It's okay. Like I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's
I-
like, you know, so,
I know you were talking.
That. I guess you can enjoy that.
it's
I figured you were talking to your like actual dog.
I mean, that's probably the
Yes,
case. But also, like, I mean, you know, girls, dogs like the handshake, being called a good girl.
Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, oh, you're talking in your other Discord.
Yes, my IRL one.
Yeah, just you and the
Once
dogs.
again, anyone who wants to enjoy listening to me talk to the dogs, sure, enjoy it.
You could just turn it
I
into like
guess it's
a.
efficient.
You could just turn it to a 24-hour live stream, just like you and the dogs.
Oh God, half of that live stream would be Ginger yelling at me.
That's just good
Because
content.
it's
I
like-
want to.
She yells at me because it's 3 hours before her mealtime.
Yeah, that's just good content.
Yeah, and it's 3 hours
How
before
is
the
he-
mealtime.
How is
They want the
wait,
food.
what
They
were
deserve the food.
what were the names again? Ginger and
Ginger and Brandy. Funnily enough, they are both Rhodesian Respects, and we named Ginger that way because when we first saw her, she was so like peppy and gingery. So we went that route. And then for brandy, we were just kind of like going through names. Brandy is kind of like a dark brown drink, kind of.
Yeah.
And so we were just like, how about brandy? It's cute, it's nice, and we just kind of felt right at the moment. Now it is kind of funny because I do make ginger beer.
Mm-hmm. Why do you choose your dog?
Exactly.
So why do you make beer for your dog?
It's her medicine.
Wait, you turn your dog into medicine or ginger?
God damn it!
No, it's medicine for her. I'm joking. But it's good. I haven't made any in a while, so I think I've figured out what went wrong with my previous batches. Because I did I tried 2 separate batches this time, slightly different with each batch, and I realized I was making my batches too big.
Oh. Is that even possible?
Yes, but it's only because I don't have an extra step where I do some additional mixing. Essentially, the first pour that I got doesn't have enough of the yeast still in it, so it's not doing any more it's not doing enough carbonation. The second batch I did, which was a smaller batch for 1 bottle, it's perfect. I haven't tried it yet because it's ready this afternoon. I'm going to have it in a bit. Not the second batch, but the first batch. The first batch still tastes fine.
Are you reconnecting, Lena?
Game's restarting.
Oh, you restarted completely.
Yeah, she needs
Yeah,
to.
yeah, like it said like continue a single player or leave game, and like it just for safety reasons,
Okay.
stability reasons. I was like, yeah, let's try that again.
Dun, 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 dun. Well, waiting time. Sorry, this happens a bunch of times for everyone who's new, because sometimes the multiplayer is still a little bit unstable in this game. It's better than before, but it's still a little bit unstable.
It usually happens.
It doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't help that my
Yeah.
computer just hard crashed and I had to hard reset it.
Yeah.
It usually happens like once a stream at most,
But
and sometimes it doesn't even happen at all.
yeah, but I think since 1.8 it happens more often.
Yeah, a little bit
Yeah.
more often.
Before
Yeah,
that,
we
we
had real
nearly
bad
had no
issues.
problems.
Yeah, we had real bad issues toward the end of the previous thing where it just got massively unstable.
Yeah.
I will say
But
some of that
the-
is probably due to just the fact that it was a really long game.
That's
Yeah.
That, but
In
also,
fact, I don't expect this game to go too many sessions because I have a feeling that it's going to get a little unstable towards the end.
Yeah. Okay, there we
In
go.
which case, if we start
I'm returning.
to see some problems, I might have to limit some of the things we do with companies just for the sake of keeping things playable.
That's fair, I would
But-
say.
This is more of an opportunity to break things than to restrict ourselves. So I'm only going to do that as like a last resort.
Yeah, we can agree on that later. So,
Well, I'm currently I am rejoining, so we'll see how things go.
Already nearly 2 hours, and we have like 4 years.
Again, definitely consider the SSD.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but like I said, I need to do more things with my setup. Like I need to get probably like entirely new. Like my power setup right now is horrendous. I need to buy a bunch of new power distributors and connect everything up properly, because right now it's basically just a slightly branching daisy chain of extension cords.
That's kind of with us too, but yeah.
Yeah, Yeah.
I mean, you had that problem since I think a year ago or something.
I know. I've had it for ages, but I keep like not remembering that to actually get around to it. Like I have many things that I need to fix around me, and I'm working on several at any given time. Just it's going slow. There are more important things I need to work on in my environment and my living space than my computer.
Yeah.
At least I am working on them.
Yeah.
Which is more than I could have said like a couple of years ago.
You take your
I
time.
am back in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, I am back in the game.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
I don't
let's
look at it
go.
either.
1, 2, 3. And yeah,
Does it work? No.
nope. I
think we all need to restart.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Hello, Sophie.
Yeah, this looks like a rehost.
This needs to look like save game then. Ah. Then let's redo everything.
Yeah, I think the problem for me as well kind of is when I want to fix stuff in my computer setup, there are, like I said, even just with my computer, there are more things to fix. So then it's like, okay, I'm gonna do this, but I still need to like I've had issues with these monitors for years, even on the previous computer, and I don't know if it's the monitors or the cable or something, but I'd want to get new monitors as well. And there are other external things I need to redo my desk. I might also want to look at my computer, maybe get more RAM in it, like check the components, see if everything's fine in there, and it just becomes a whole thing. So it's just sort of the mental barrier of
You kind of many of those things are technically separate issues, but you're kind of combining them into one,
Yeah.
which makes it hard to act.
Like that's
yeah,
like
exactly. Just choice paralysis.
like we also had the daisy chain issue, and I just bought like a big thing to just plug in, and it's like, oh, boom,
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, if you can manage to mentally separate the issues that are actually separable, I would just say buy a whole power supply new, throw everything else power supply technically out, and then
Yeah.
just do it new.
Yeah.
What sucks is that building a whole new PC sounds like it would be less daunting.
That's
Yeah, but
ironic.
I've never built a PC, but yeah, that's also a thing. Like, where do I want to stop? Like, if I, it's that kind of.
If
like,
it helps-
part of the problem.
If
Also, it costs money,
yes, obviously.
and it's expensive right now, honestly.
That's why I will always
Yeah.
say start with the small stuff, like, oh hey, can you get some?
Yeah, if it's just a case of what to do first, I don't know if it helps you. I know me and Nya helps it sometimes. Just throw a die, and when it lands on the side for the choice designated to it, you can see, okay, is that what I want to do? Yes or no.
Yeah. Dice rolling
Yeah.
is like generally one of the best
That's
things.
the ultimate. That's the ultimate like ADHD and even just like other neurodivergence thing. Like that's the like perfect mind hack right there. Is flip a coin, roll a die. If you like the outcome, go for it. If you don't feel too thrilled about the outcome, then roll again or choose the opposite.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's just a tool to help you like better feel what you actually
Make a
want.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't tell you what to do. It helps you decide what you want to do.
this
I
even helps
realize-
when you're not neurodivergent. It's just really useful.
Yeah,
Also,
I-
yeah, Sophie, technical difficulties part because Lena hard crashed, and
Yeah.
now it just takes time.
Yeah, like part of it is also like I could probably just get around to doing this if I set aside that. It's not that big of a problem to redo the power. The issue is more that I just forget that it's something that I have to do unless it's an immediate issue, and it's so rarely
I get that.
is the issue the actual. Like the thing, like when I'm just using it normally, I just kind of forget. Oh, I need to redo the power, and it's only every once in a while that I remember. Oh yeah, I should do that at some point.
Yeah.
It's usually at moments when it's inconvenient when I can't. And another issue is right now it's all connected to one wall socket. I have 3 down here. I believe one of them, the group that it's on, is off because there were other issues with it. Like if we turn that group on, the whole power goes. I don't remember if the other one works or not. So that's another thing. Like if I want to properly fix the power, it's that's also gonna be like we want to check that out and test that and maybe see if there's something we need to fix there. So that's yeah. Like I can buy the new power strips, but it would still keep part of the problem of this is ultimately all coming off of one connection.
Well, for us, it's kind of the same thing. All our PCs are on one thing.
Well, no, not really. So here's the thing: the one I bought is basically split into 2. So yes, it goes technically into the same power outlet, but it's still splitting inside into 2. So it's a lot safer. I could technically have bought an even bigger one, so we could plug even more shit into this thing. But I bought like a really nice power extension, like really high quality stuff. So our PCs are safe.
What I have on here is
that's by the way also the funny part because Agonia always has the problem with there's no immediate problem with it, so let's do it. So we have this weird dynamic. We have just this dynamic of I'm saying, listen, I just need to do this now, and she's like, do you really need to? You need to go outside. And I'm like, yes. Bring the it's sometimes even been just small stuff like bringing the trash out, and she's like, do you really need to? I'm like, yes. And then when it's out, she's like, oh yeah, that was useful. I'm like, because it's always like, you do not need to do this right now. I'm like, I want to finish it though. And then when it's finished, she's like, oh yeah, actually this was really useful. I'm like, Or sometimes it's the other way around. It's technically we don't have, we don't have that much pressure, but she feels its pressure. So she's literally beside me. It's like, why do you not care that much? You are literally like, as if I'm like, the big betrayer. That doesn't get how important it is.
I'm back in the game.
Okay, then let's see if it works now. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, what I have connected what I have connected is just looking at this. I have a fan, isn't a huge deal. I have my router. I have an external hard drive. I have my computer. I have 2 monitors. I have 2 LED lights that don't use a lot of power, thankfully.
Yeah.
I now also have an audio thing that I could take out again. I have a heating thing under the desk that I currently don't have active, but that I use in the winter when it's cold. So there's quite a lot, and it's far away from the wall as well. So it's. Yeah, it's not it is very much a solvable problem, but it's a bit more complex than just picking up a new extension cord. And like I said, then there's the issue of I want to check and make sure that the sockets work and which ones don't work. That's something we can solve? So yeah, it's a solvable problem, but there's all these little issues that compound and. Yeah.
All right, looks like we're stable. That's good.
I'll try for cultural exclusion. It's a bit riskier, but if cultural exclusion fails, I'll do racial segregation.
Why is the Ottomans trying to pull me against Egypt? I'm not going to face the Prussians. We're literally not going to war.
Yeah, I'm guaranteeing the independence of Egypt because I'm nice.
Also, why not beat up the Ottomans?
True. Can you do?
We have the first treaty, the Power Block Embassy is I'm in contravention, so I think I can just leave it there until it lapses.
Yep.
Or I could withdraw, but I don't know what effects that would have. That would give me infinite something.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
I have never seen this happen before. The pro-slavery movement, out of nowhere, decided, yeah, I want you to enact slave trade. I'm not even doing anything.
Okay.
Why? They're not even that unhappy. I have never seen this, not even in like my single player stuff.
Oh, so you
I'm
want
also
to
actively suppressing them, so.
you want to be rivals, Russia? Okay.
Oh. Playing with vodka, I see.
Fuck you.
I'm kind of unlucky with the German national identity.
I mean, they're just hating on us because we just founded the better power block.
They hate us because they ain't us.
What is going on right now? Yeah, we already placed number 3 over the Russians. They just hate him. What does the liberal movement want? What is going on here? Let me just fix this really quickly.
Liberalism, presumably.
Hello, Blood. Welcome. Is this game better than EU4? It's different. I probably wouldn't say it is right now because the thing is just EU4 is a monster. I would say, you
It's
know,
a way longer history.
yeah. I mean, also this game has a rough history, actually. So that's one thing. But I would say that it is overall... Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't play it if we didn't like it.
I'd personally say it's better than EU4, but that's the overriding factor. There isn't that Victoria 3 is better in itself, but that EU4 has been slowly sort of in decline.
It's just like, I mean, EU4 is a massive game,
Yeah.
and like, you can't compare them, those two, because,
Yeah.
yeah, different focuses, like, especially now with the expanded market, which, I mean, also, let's just be real here, EU5
The games
definitely...
also do different things in general.
Yeah. I would
I could compare EU5 and Vicky 3 though.
Yeah, like
see
EU5
that.
has so many
Yeah.
parts where like, okay, yeah, that's from Wiki 3. That's like so Wiki 3 inspired, and it wouldn't surprise me if some part of that might even go, might even retroactively, be, come back because, yeah, that's just a thing that you're like, oh wait, this actually makes a lot of sense if they do that. Like you even have stuff such as, like in the last stream, I think someone asked Martin if they might add like, channels and such, and he was like, yeah, maybe. Which, the whole channel thing definitely feels like, oh yeah, someone looked at the, railroads of Wiki 3 and was like, wait, that's good, but people built, channels back in the day for boats because that made more sense. And, yeah, people still build channels actually during this time. So, yeah, you will definitely see some stuff like that pop up. And it's, yeah, it's different. I think this is definitely a pretty different game in a lot of ways. Also, let's just crank this one up.
It's also like every Paradox game basically goes through the usual cycle of at release. It has a lot of potential, but it's missing so many things, and of course it's buggy. And then it starts to get major patches and expansions, and it gets better and better and better, and it climbs up to a point where it's really good, really really good. And then it can take like a few years maybe, and then it's at its peak, and that can plateau for a while. But eventually, at some point, as more and more expansions keep coming out, because that's how Paradox works, the game starts to sort of go into a decline as the game gradually becomes bloated. Systems don't really work correctly. And there's more and more small issues that compound on each other. And
sometimes it gets like an identity crisis as
yeah,
well.
yeah. And EU4 is so old now that it's definitely in the latter stage of its life cycle, where it's just gradually in decline. And Victoria 3 is still in the upwards trajectory. So that is
line is currently going up.
Yeah, but even then, I would say, like, EU4 is just massive. Like, you can't... Yeah. That's the thing where you can say most stuff can't be compared. Like, I mean, I would say some games still do some stuff worse. Like, that's the irony of, for example, Crusader Kings for us, because fucking love Crusader Kings right up until Conclave, where they forced in EU4 stuff, which just killed the complete flow of the game. It's just like, no matter how good every expansion afterwards was, they should have gutted the alliance system, because guess what? Crusader Kings 3 didn't have it anymore, and you're like, oh, so Crusader Kings 3 basically was, what if we make a modern Crusader Kings 2, but with all the 4 major expansions that everyone had, the Islam expansion, the Nordic expansion, the Indian expansion, and Way of Life, all baked in. And you're like, this is cool, until you realize, oh, the tech system sucks. Oh, it's broken. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Now people say they have fun, but like Crusader Kings 3 is just such a long game because it's such a slog, and like I can actually prove that the thing of tying research to culture is stupid. I know why they did it, but it's stupid because it just leads to some utter dumb shit. Like
the game's frozen on September 15.
Okay.
Same here.
So maybe it just needs to catch up.
Yeah.
Ruben is behind by 7 days.
Oh wow.
Ruben?
Hello?
Let's
Rube,
pause.
you there?
Yeah,
I think
Internet probably.
or the heat
Yeah.
got him.
Yeah.
The cable melted. Oh, she wrote
His
something, I
heat
think.
crashed.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, he crashed. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I find it still interesting that it's pretty much always Lena and Ruben's PCs who that crashes. I wonder if there's like hardware overlap or something.
Maybe.
Also, they hate us for our better bread products and spirits. Yes! I'm sorry, France has the better spirits, from hard alcohol to soft alcohol, and obviously better pain.
French bread is pain.
Yeah.
I've never once had a good French beer.
They leave that to the Belgians, the Germans, and the Czechs.
The French have, they have 1 or 2 beers in Alsace-Lorraine they're good, but that's also
Like I said,
because
Germans.
Yes, I know.
So you have to be you have to either be the fake French or the not French in order to make good beer. Got it.
Yeah. God, that reminds me of that.
Rehost.
Yeah, let's actually save again and rehost. Wahoo!
You sure?
Exit.
Yeah, we're gonna rehost this thing. I'm gonna save and rehost. Just not desktop.
Exit the menu.
Exit the menu, please.
Exit the menu.
I just want to be safe here, you know? Okay. That reminds me, someone posted I just saw a post of an old tweet recently where someone wrote putting an egg on my croque monsieur to make it into a croque madame, and now J.K. Rowling is outside of my house screaming. good one. Cock madams are so fucking good. Holy shit. Like, you know, talking about good bread. Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, there's so much good shit there. And baguettes are obviously really good.
Yeah.
We can join again.
Yeah, you can join. And France has great cheese.
Yep.
As long as I'm not doing anything too crazy, as long as I'm not like doing anything else on my computer, I can usually launch most Paradox games pretty quickly. The exception being Stellaris. I don't know what they did to it in the last couple of years, but that game is the only game that has caused me to have to shut down my computer, like force shut down my computer because it freezes when it launches.
Oof.
I am not joking. It is the worst pile of crap when it comes to launching a game. When you're playing it, it's all right. It does have a little, like a little content bloat. And this is what I was talking about a little. Yeah, it has a lot of content bloat, honestly.
I love Stellaris, but yeah.
And I'll say this: they should not have done Astral Rifts.
Oh, absolutely.
They should
Astral
have
Rift
just
sucked.
done. No, I'm not even just saying that. Even from a perspective point of view, they should have just done Archaeologies 2, where both
Yeah.
DLCs will open up free Archaeologies, plus whatever they have in that package, and then if you want the other Archaeologies, you can always buy the other pack. Is it kind of scummy? Yes. Is it in line with Paradox's practices? Yes. Would it also be fine to buy both because both probably wouldn't be too expensive? Yes. And so instead of doing Astral Rifts, which is just a whole different other flavor of thing, you could have had... So Archaeologies are mainly... Like, the main ones are mainly on, like, habited planets or habitable planets. You could have had one that's on uninhabitable planets, like strange planetary events. I don't like Astral Rifts because it feels so arbitrary.
Yeah, I hate it so much. I hate it so much.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're... I mean,
Yeah.
not surprised that they just started doing stuff like that.
Astral Rifts also was developed and written by externals, and you really know anytime they do that, it
Battle
knows.
for the Bosphorus, for example. With,
Graveyard of
I will
Empires.
say with Battle for the Bosphorus, the Greek tree is okay, but that's just some of my bias. The Bulgarian tree is pretty decent.
Which one was the previous DLC again? Was that Battle for the Bosporus?
No, that was Hoi 4. That was the old one. The Graveyard of Empires was the most recent DLC.
Yeah, Graveyard of Empires was most recent.
That was like its own like levels of shit shows because you had the Chinese community get furious because of a Silk Road because of a Silk Road thing. You had entire focus trees get redone in like entire like parts of a focus tree get completely redone, scrapped and replaced in like the 2 weeks leading up to launch.
Yeah, from what I heard, also India, you can no longer do take historical paths India. It's just no longer possible with this focus tree. Like they removed the actual historical path, and now
What?
they didn't do that. Yeah, it's but also like what was the DLC before Graveyard of Empires?
Ooh, I'd have to check my Steam.
Yeah.
I'm pulling
It would be. It was the German Götterdämmung.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Which is also just like, oh my god, like
Yeah.
it was tone deaf.
Yeah. Welcome
Yeah.
back, Ruben.
What? Yeah, hello, Ruben.
Even ignoring the whole tone deaf thing, looking at it, you barely touch any of the weird experimental stuff.
Oh, that's
that
not what I
you,
mean.
get
It's the
in your
whole,
average Point 4
yeah.
game.
It's the
No,
whole.
I'm saying ignoring the whole tone
Yeah.
deaf thing
Yeah.
because that's its own issue.
Yeah.
Just from a mechanics point of view, the DLC is not that good.
Yeah.
It has like
Yeah.
unique, it has like weird things that you have to like go out of your way in a very costly manner. The way that I don't think they realize ever since probably like actually I can't even identify when, but at some point they stopped understanding that. I guess maybe No Step Back with the Russian expansion. I think around that time, or maybe the Balkans expansion, I think that might have been the same thing, but around that time, I think, they stopped understanding what was important for the game, for like average gameplay, and what they can do to expand on that in a way that will feel useful or meaningful to players. Meanwhile, they decided to go the route of, let's add arbitrary gimmicks to DLCs. Maybe something will stick, like the Italy DLC one, where they had like the
Is this
Power
EU4 you're
balance
talking
thing?
about? Sorry.
No.
Hearts of Iron 4.
House of Iron. Okay.
Yeah.
But
It's,
even then, it's just kind of like it feels like they've given up on expanding the game and are literally just in a phase of how can we make a DLC look pretty, but not actually touch the gameplay loop much, because
Just play
they already
modded.
have an okay gameplay loop that people already
I
mod
think-
away.
Okay.
anyways.
yeah.
Just play modded. It's way better than the DLCs and
Yeah,
all of that.
also, I have a very negative opinion on Hoi 4. I've felt Hoi 4 had like bad design right from the very start. Like it had like fundamental issues that are just unsolvable. But that's just me. Like it's my own opinion. I never liked it. I feel like a lot of Hoi 4 is like 2 steps forward, 5 steps back compared to the previous Hearts of Iron games.
I mean,
I think the last time that Hoi 4 was in a really solid and good position, or at least comparatively, was probably after No Man, the DLC where they did the U.S. and the Dutch and Mexico and stuff. It wasn't an amazing DLC, but it was solid and it was like core gameplay stuff. So it kind of touches on my issue.
so
Also back
when
end.
Okay. And can we start?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Also, the thing is just that I feel the biggest problem Paradox has is they really need to split up their development studios into actual studios, because I think there is too much of cross pollution that it just becomes unfocused. Like, for example, a good example is Crusader Kings 2, and also people like that. But the problem was I went into Crusader Kings 2 because I wanted to play Crusader Kings 2. And then when they pulled people off and were like, oh yeah, we need to still do some expansions, they put some people from EU4 onto that, which they definitely did because, they just had the people around in the house and they had nothing to do right now. So Crusader Kings 2 became more like EU4. And while later they did really good stuff, I think in the first expansions you really felt that, and this kind of threw
Yeah,
everything off.
the rework of how alliances work and that everything is basically Gavelkind and stuff was kind of what threw us off. And the problem is you can't even go back to older patches, but it's still in there because it's from a DLC.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing when I look at, ironically, when I then look at EU4, I think, like, every major game series they have, like, Stellaris, Wiki, Crusader Kings, and EU4 definitely deserve their own studios, because the thing is, Tinto...
Yeah, like a lot of internal people at Paradox also like they don't
They've
have
said this publicly.
specialists.
okay.
They've
yeah.
said this publicly on a stream, so it's open. It's even
Okay,
though
yeah.
they try to hide it, it's not. It's known to the public.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
most
Can
people
I-
at Paradox, they don't have specialists, so people join. They may join for a specific project, but they get moved around from project to project all the time. Like they don't have enough people to be like, okay, this is the team for this game. It just at some point, everybody everybody at Paradox has worked on basically every game at one point or another.
But this also, I would say, this is why, when people want to compare stuff to EU4, this is hard because EU4 at some point got its own studio across fucking Europe, and the thing is, holy shit, the DLC quality kept consistently good. Because they were one team that could focus on one type of game.
After Leviathan. Although they fixed Leviathan.
Yeah, they fixed it. It's like, that is like, I think, wasn't Leviathan coming out after, after the move?
They should maybe change the whole movement display a bit. I have basically a movement with 0 support. Mm-hmm. And it's still...
Yeah, the UI for it is terrible.
It's probably 0 point something, and that's why it chose that, but come on.
Yeah, like that's the thing.
It's
I know...
Gunther shouting angrily outside Parliament.
Yeah.
Gunther with 1.46 million wealth.
Yeah.
Representing 0% of the wealth of the country, apparently.
Just keep an eye on him in case he starts nailing theses to church doors.
Yeah. But like that's the thing. If you always look at if you look at that, I would say the biggest problem they have is they should probably just start just filtering out a little bit of their studios, because this will not solve everything, but it will definitely help the cross pollution, because it's just sometimes a bit just better to have that. Like, this is actually, like, the biggest problem when you have, like, one studio working on drastically different series. Like, a good example for that is, ironically, BioWare. Because BioWare is, everyone's like, oh, yeah, BioWare, they made great games, but then you need to keep in mind, the people who made Mass Effect and the people who made, how's it called, Dragon Age, are completely different studios, basically. Like, from how they operate to how they design stuff, and they hate each other to a degree. And like, I can only say the best thing for BioWare would be to literally split physically at that point. To have one studio work on Dragon Age and one studio work on Mass Effect, because that's simply better for both of them. And similarly, I would say the same could be applied to Paradox. I know it's maybe not the easiest thing to propose, like, oh, hey, just split into multiple studios, but, like, some of the big series would definitely help with that, like, I would say Stellaris and Crusader Kings are probably the most obvious ones that definitely need something, and the others, and otherwise, I would say, go and have something for maybe Q3, maybe later, but yeah.
With Stellaris, my understanding is that the custodian team is basically the same people. So that would be that would potentially be an instance of Stellaris of Paradox actually having a good system for developing a game.
Yeah, the custodian
that said, they're
team
not
is
the
really
lead
good.
developer.
No, yeah.
And that said, they're not the lead developers for the game. So that is the sucky part.
Yeah, but they have, like, the custodian team has they have done really, really good things. Like, a lot of the actual, like,
they're the reason why the game is playable.
Yeah. Like, the actual expansions have been a mixed bag recently. There have been some really good DLCs over the past 2 years. There have also been some real stinkers. But the custodian team's work has been consistently really good. And if it wasn't for them, Stellaris would be in a much worse place right now.
That is actually not that wrong, Sophie. Like, North and South BioWare definitely sums them up really well. They are, like, just two different types of studios, and they hate each other. And yeah, I think the biggest part, the biggest problem is, and this is why I will say, this is probably also a result of, the problem is that in the gaming sphere, there's too much value attached to names, not to who works somewhere. Because, for example, if you look at, for example, people were always like, "Oh, EA killed Westwood," and I just sit there being like, "But Westwood made really shitty games. You know that. You should know that."
No.
Agree to disagree.
It,
But yeah, like a very specific, concrete example of that is like Bungie and 343, like the ones that working on Halo. Like people, like there's still a lot of Halo fans to this day who really love Bungie, and who really hate 343. Kind of like
I mean,
reflexively,
343 also
but-
kind of did a bit of shit games.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Like,
Agreed. But like, what I mean is like a lot of like the Bungie of today has basically nobody of the old days left, and the ones that are still working have moved to 343. Like, it's not the whole thing, but like there's a lot of 343 people that used to work on Halo at Bungie. Like, they're not like the only ones. I don't think they're even the majority, but like they are closer to the original Bungie team than Bungie is today.
that is to a degree true, but like, yeah, I mean, I would also say the biggest problem is that, yeah, Bungie doesn't also seem to know anymore what makes it. 343 doesn't know what a good Halo makes. So, the thing is just, yeah, like, I mean, the thing what I want to say, Westwood did a bunch of very sloppy RTS games. Like, Red Alert 3 was not good. Like, presentation-wise, yeah. Gameplay-wise, no. It was not a good RTS. It just had so many problems. Holy shit.
Like, agreed. It feels overrated.
Yeah, and like, I mean,
I don't hate it, but I don't like it as much. It's the least of it.
like, that's
I think
one
half
thing.
of its issue there is that it's just a meme.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, it's also the fact that, you know, people
overshot
look back
mark.
at this and people are like, "Oh, but this was Command and Conquer and it had such great presentation and it was bad and you never played multiplayer because the third Tiberium game was really bland and just not fun. It was
Yeah.
theoretically still better in multiplayer, better balance, but it was really fucking boring and bland. The third Red Alert game was broken, but at least had charm. And do we want to talk about Command and Conquer 4? A game that... Holy shit, where should we start with Command and Conquer 4? Okay. Oh my
Conquer 4
god.
is a different case. That is on EA and not on Westwood. Because Command and Conquer 4 wasn't a Westwood original thing. Like, it was developed in China for the Chinese market. I think I've heard about mobile game. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think that's the case. But it was not meant as a mainline game. But then EA long story short, EA told Westwood to make it a mainline game, and so they made it a mainline game, and that is why it's so different and why it's so shit. Because it was never meant to be what it ultimately became.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think I saw some stuff and was like, I get where they're coming from. I see some of the ideas, and I think they're not that bad, but the overall composition was just bad.
Yeah, it's some really bad ideas.
And like the thing is just, if we're looking at generally all of it, just basically, it's just. I'm not even blaming that in the end that it was like, oh yeah, you know, they were shut down that because the reality was a lot of their games were just not good. But people nowadays are just like, oh, they killed this massive the dev was a shell of its former self. At some point,
Yeah.
a studio is not worth saving for the name. And nowadays, people are like, oh, but you know, if they literally split BioWare into two companies, people would go mad. Even though it would be the better choice. Like, legitimately, it would be the better choice. Okay, let's actually finish this one up.
I now have cultural exclusion.
Nice.
You're basically still a racist country, but not proud about it.
Yeah, I mean, I started on national supremacy and I skipped racial segregation and went straight to cultural exclusion. So I'm pretty happy about that. Other than that, my starting laws are pretty good. Like, So, like, no workers' rights, child labor, and legal guardianship, and no social security, but I have a right of assembly. I have per capita taxation, like freedom of conscience, which is not great. Elected bureaucrats, professional army. It's pretty solid. Well, voting even.
We're still drawing the line after racism.
Yeah.
Racism is okay. Worse than that is not.
Yeah.
Worse than racism.
Racism power scaling.
Oh, by the way, in my the one USA practice game that I did that went to full length, I was able to open up the Chinese migration sphere. But you know who beat out the Chinese in migrating everywhere?
Hmm?
The Italians. I'm not joking. The Italians overwrote the Han tile and Pops, and also became basically the majority population in California and Nevada.
Italy, and I took that personal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really good food down there.
Yeah.
Instead of having New York style pizza, we now have California style pizza.
Yeah.
Very cursed.
Hmm.
Da, 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 da,
But the real
da, da.
question, the real question is, like, how were they around Chicago?
They were not around Chicago. If I
Okay, so no
remember
Chicago style
correct-
pizza.
Yeah, no deep dish. Let me see. There's Steam. I took a screenshot of the cultures like towards the end of the game. In my country, Chicago was just Yankee. The French were the majority culture, not in Louisiana, but in New Mexico.
Ah,
Italian Chinese fusion cuisine. That is genuinely not that hard to do, and it is banger. Like,
the Italian Chinese fusion cuisine. Oh, you mean pasta?
yes.
I'm still kind of pissed that not enough people have researched nationalism. I mean, it shouldn't be research, but I don't like it. Because that's my requirement to even do anything useful.
Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Okay. We have the forbidden formula of combining pasta with rice. Oh, people already do that. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's an old thing, actually. I mean, hey, the Italians even made pasta that behaves like rice.
Pizza dumplings.
Okay, generally that would bang.
Yeah. Spaghetti lo mein.
Okay, you're just now counting shit that tastes good. You know that.
Honestly, I don't even know what lo mein is. I just know it's a Chinese noodle dish.
Lo mein is a stir fry, a certain type with
Yeah, good.
yeah.
Yeah, but like honestly, it would be really good.
Yeah,
would probably-
it's a Cantonese stir fry. Which and here's the thing. In Cantonese, there is already a lot of Western fusion stuff. So, yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, like I like another really good thing about that. Maybe that means that Szechuan pepper would become more widely known and used in like the quote unquote Western sphere because Szechuan pepper rocks and should go in everything.
Szechuan pepper is so good, honestly. Like you depending on how you use it, but yeah.
Yeah, Szechuan pepper in like Mexican spice mixtures, amazing.
Yeah.
I do so
go in
much
there.
I do so much Asian fusion with Mexican food that it is insanely good.
Yeah. Also, I need to point this out. By the way, like a lot of spices are getting underused. Like for example,
Oh yeah.
if you look, for example, at stuff like how's it called? Like nutmeg. People are like, oh, it's just nutmeg. Who use some nutmeg in your bolognese or just general sauce?
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh, what? Do I even taste stuff like you know? Do I even taste
Also-
some stuff like bay leaves and shit? And I'm like, yes, you do taste bay leaves, and it's
You just don't realize it.
yeah.
And like with nutmeg, same as with pepper, never buy the powdered stuff. It sucks. Always, it's going to be a little bit expensive, but always get fresh, whole, like not fresh, always get like whole nutmeg nuts and grate them. You don't need a lot. Like a single nutmeg nut will last you like at least several meals, probably more. You really don't need much, but it makes such a huge difference. Freshly grated nutmeg is all on the same level as fresh ground black pepper. Like it is so much better than the pre-ground
I mean,
powdered stuff.
the
It's
pre-ground
not even
powder
a-
stuff-
Funny how good it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's nuts.
The pre-ground stuff, by the way, when it comes to pepper, by the way, legitimately, and I mean legitimately, is made worse because they're extracting the stuff that makes pepper peppery.
Yeah, none of that illegitimate bastard stuff. That stuff doesn't get inheritance.
Yeah.
God damn it! I make the one time I make a Crusader Kings joke.
What's going on with France?
Shit happened with the
Would you like some help?
No, I don't need help. This is just legitimately
Okay.
bullshit that happened with the basically the revolution was already in decline, and then you know, it would have not even hit 100, and it would have and also, you know, rolled bad, but then just put up to 100 for some reason, and the next tick, even though it was a negative one, just triggered the revolution, which is like, either there's something happened that I didn't see in the UI or stuff. It's just dumb. Anyway, I have a military. Okay, now I need help.
Oh.
Yep, now I need help.
Why as I started invading China? Okay, I think Prussia might need to help as well.
I'm not really in a position because
You're bored of them. Okay, let's.
How about
I would be
before you
willing to
join the war, Ruben, I give you
Yeah?
this.
Hold on, just.
Yeah, read it.
Okay,
I would just nutmeg. They travel around the goddamn world for that stuff. Yeah.
sure, okay.
Then you can easily help with both.
China might have to go quick. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to expand my armies then. Okay.
Oh, you're good.
So I'm just having to reorganize everything. So let's move these. And let's expand the army.
They have 3/4 of your fleet. The revolt.
Yeah, I know, which is again, it's just a weird thing that happened.
I could jump in exchange for your Indonesian holdings.
You could get North Sumatra.
Yeah. North Sumatra and French Aceh. I mean, if in exchange, North Sumatra to start, and then with the French Aceh later.
Oh no! The last one I keep as a bargain bin, as bargain chip still.
Acceptable.
It's helping because I want to help.
I mean, you can still join, Ruben.
Oh wait, I can't actually.
I know. I'm literally just moving. I'm building a bunch. I'm organising my construction queue to build a bunch of barracks, so I have a big army to help on the front line as well as invading Russia.
Relations are too
Because
low
I have
for me.
my main army is currently off in China, so because I'm going to be fighting a war on two fronts, I need to expand the army.
Yeah. If you
Yeah.
press Alt while building barracks and stuff, it's automatically the
That's
front of the
what
queue.
I'm doing now.
Good.
What is yeah?
I have an offer. I'm gonna send it, but there's an additional thing that I'm gonna do. In addition to this, I'm going to stop producing fancy clothes. And import your clothes import your fancy clothes.
I guess.
If you're willing to accept the deal that I just sent you, I'll do that. It's a fairly decent one.
Yeah, but I can renegotiate because fair deal, but this one is better. God, you're taking advantage for dumb shit that happened with the UI.
No, I'm literally just asking for an obligation.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, Zed was a bit greedy.
We are 19th century imperialists. What the whole purpose of this game was we're going to have like conferences and divide up the world.
I know,
and,
it's still it's still
It's getting in the spirit of things.
I still hate the fact that this only happened because of some shit.
Yes, shit.
Yeah, it's legitimately just shit.
Probably bad shit. Everyone fights about guano.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, but if Ruben just invades Brittany, then
Yeah, okay.
from behind, probably then.
Sure, I can do that.
Honestly,
Yes, the
the
capital state.
the treaty system is really good for multiplayer.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Okay, as I promised, I am stopping producing luxury clothes, and I am sending you the fabric.
By the way, if you want to still join, you need to do it fast.
Yeah.
You need to.
I can't join. I'm not involved in the diplomatic
okay.
play.
Yeah, and our relations are too
That's
low.
why I sent you the. That's why I sent you the deal. That's the most that I can do for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the revolt wouldn't accept my help anyway, so I wasn't planning to, but it's I couldn't join this deal, even though I wanted to.
I'm still vehemently annoyed that the fact you can't plan an invasion during your during
Yeah,
a
that
diplomatic
definitely
play.
needs to
Yes.
change in some way.
Yeah.
Even if they don't start moving there, I would at least like to just plan it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know what they say, how do you hold a party in space? You plan it.
Oh god.
It's time of unequal treaties.
That's
That
right.
is not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not doing a deal with Belgium.
Good. You shouldn't deal with rebels.
Rebel scum.
Oh, Russia tries to invade England.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
no.
my
Brave.
armies are fucking spread out.
Your navy can stop it anyways.
Half my navy's all from China.
I'm trying to defend yourself for you a little bit at least, but yeah. Okay, let's actually win this then. At least the Orleanists are then dead. Probably. Mostly.
On, on.
No, different home.
On.
Huh. Yes.
Han Chinese, Han Chinese.
Of course.
Oh, the Han Chinese.
I'm saying, if we ever play Qing, you need to conquer France to have Han Chinese.
Oh god, yeah, that's good.
Some, it should be possible, probably, to make a mod that makes that happen. Like, if China conquers France, then the French people get renamed to Han Chinese.
You know what? That is something that I think, considering this patch actually included a lot of stuff from mods, it's like, we should probably do a bunch of just the big flavor mod, and it's just a bunch of dumb stuff like, if you conquer with Belgium, Netherlands, it would be United Belgium, or, you get the Han Chinese and stuff like that. Because if that's actually happening, I would say there might be a good chance that some of the stuff would just actually end up in the main game. Wouldn't surprise me, at least. More like no Leon, yes. They definitely.
God, I'm getting a laugh. When I zoom in, I get, I'm guessing it's around the front lines. It's like,
It's a bit weird.
Sure.
posted it in the group chat.
Ah, I see.
Also, there should be stuff like.
Oh,
It's like sensor bars.
Oh wow,
Oh.
that is
it's the
bad.
North
Yeah.
Alsace-Lorraine border.
Yeah, like Bavaria is forbidden in the UK.
Yeah, honestly, the game does need a bunch of more stuff like, if you restrain from Austria, you should get re-establish the Habsburgs, and then it's just like, slowly with, other monarchs, if they still are in Europe, get the chin again. Like, some goofy stuff should be, definitely be a bit more added in the game again.
And apparently the Indians are invading Russia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're on your side. They got dragged into the
Yeah.
war, I think.
Well, no, it's the fact they're being quite successful, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And also, for some reason, even though I've got armies in UK HQ, they're not actually defending against the naval invasion.
You need to actually click with them selected on the on number circle. Because I think now
it should be automatic.
it
but
was
that's
automatic,
weird.
but right now it's I think it's more treated
Manual.
as a front line.
Oh,
Yeah.
this bloody fucking game. Like, first the sensor bars, secondly the crashing.
Yeah, I get you.
Oh, it's so fucking shit.
We're still playing it though.
I know. I bought the DLC as well, so.
Yeah, we all.
Yeah. Oh god.
I mean, there's gonna be great stuff coming, so, you know.
So it's like fix your shit.
I mean, they
Paradox,
will,
please.
but, like, that's the thing with having old code base and problems and. Yeah.
This isn't Hoi 4. This is Vicky. Like, wait, they have an old code base for this, even though it's at least a newer game.
We talked about this.
Yeah.
We talked about this, where this came
Yeah.
from.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to talk about this in public.
Yeah.
That's fine. Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want, I could like put it in the text chat or mention again.
No, I
afterwards.
don't have to. It was more just me ranting.
Yeah. No, I get you. I get you.
Venting more, perhaps, is a better word. And the fact it doesn't replace commanders when they suddenly just
Yeah.
Die.
We had like hour-longs saying basically stop with the whole commander thing. Just
At the very least, what they do now is they make it so that you're able to, like, you have time to replace your commanders.
yeah, you have
'Cause it
time, but technically,
Trends towards it,
but
still,
that
it's-
only applies when you're already in war and they die. If you're out of war and they die, you still probably won't notice, and then the extra time is
Yeah.
Like, I know why it's in there, but really it's micromanaging bullshit because you use them a lot to get how's it called? To screw with your political system, basically. Specific people off by retiring them and hiring some people to get more cloud. Otherwise, they're not really useful. So just adding like a few production methods to universities and putting them in some text would be sufficient, so that your army has the different doctrines and stuff. And then the bureaucracy cost with commander promotions are just basically automatic. If you have a bigger army, it costs more bureaucracy and stuff.
Yeah.
Aw, little Spain is embargoing me.
Aw.
How cute. I finally have my second company.
And Spain's trying to sway us in the war against the US?
Yeah.
I don't even know the US was at war with Spain. I don't know.
In the Philippines.
Oh, the Philippines.
Philippines.
Why not blame the main on Spain?
Hmm.
Dun, dun, dun,
Wait,
dun.
there's two options to liberate Cuba.
Oh.
One is what? Oh, I could liberate Cuba on behalf of another country.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Why would you though?
I know.
That they like you more, basically.
Well, no. So I can liberate Cuba on behalf of myself, or I could liberate Cuba on behalf of another country.
Yeah.
That
then-
said, I can't select it. Silly things the games does.
True.
I can't see it happening. I can't remember any cases offhand, but I'm pretty sure that we're here to liberate the country.
Oh, the whole. I know what you're talking about. It's a meme from Oh, it's from Rogue One. We're here to
I-
rescue you.
Oh.
Or
No, I
something
don't.
like
this thing.
I don't mean that. I mean more like international manipulation. Like, yeah, this major power is here to like liberate this country, but at the behest of another country that may not want to get involved, or
France.
conversely, like a smaller power getting involved at the behest of a major
France.
power.
Yes.
I want to start a unification play, and as guaranteed to you with Alsace Lorraine and the French
Yes.
Low Countries, I would like your support.
You mean we're gonna beat up Austria?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so down for that. I mean, I'm a bit in a. I still need to reorganize. Oh my god, I need to reorganize so much. 1 second though.
You can
if you can give it like 18 weeks,
You want to reorganize stuff?
or never mind.
What?
You want to reorganize stuff?
Yeah, I want to reorganize stuff because
Well, I would say do it because you pause the game to help you, so you can get stuff done.
I would like to take some Portuguese holdings in Africa.
Actually, I might have a treaty with them, so just hold a sec.
Yeah,
Yes, you
Actually,
have.
wait, hold no.
With a defensive pact.
I've got military assistance, but I don't.
yeah. No,
I have a defensive pact with them.
Yeah.
yeah,
So-
it doesn't say you're automatically called in, I think.
Okay.
But if you're
But
not,
they
yeah,
can
then
call
yeah.
him in.
they can call him in, and if he doesn't honor the treaty, he gets infamy. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm probably
Also,
just
I've got like 18 right now, so maybe hold off a little bit.
you can just renegotiate the treaty,
I think, yeah.
and then
Actually, yeah, I could, yeah.
France also has is in the same treaty. It's the Treaty of the Quadruple Alliance. Spain is also in there, but Spain is currently otherwise occupied, and that's why I figured, this seems like the opportune time to take advantage of Portugal's weakness.
Yep.
Because we are
Okay,
good
I've
people.
renegotiated the treaty, so yeah, you can do it.
yeah, please keep going. I just need to see how cleaned up my armies are later because
France also has a defensive pact with Portugal. So,
you can join, by the way, friends.
yeah. Hey Russia, do you want to get beefed again?
You know what's funny about those fuckers? They just destroyed the treaty where I had an alliance with them.
Wait. How?
also, we're what we're going to do about the trying to stay under for the infamy?
Yeah, you stay under
Yes.
it.
How am I?
You can go
I
up
got
to-
a buff.
You can,
Yeah, that's
How?
I don't know.
You support
I
it
don't know.
unconditionally, right?
oh, it's your infamy got multiplied because of your pursuing
Revolt?
natural borders things.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
We can make an exception for
Yeah,
that
I
because
just-
the modifier
what-
pushed you over afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
well,
fine.
I didn't mean it like, oh, we needed to take action, but it just like, hang on.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, and good thing is we identified what happened. I had a feeling it was
Yeah.
that something like this might happen, so
Okay,
I'm
then
not too...
let's keep going.
Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah. France, would you perhaps renegotiate your treaty with Portugal?
Which one?
Because you currently have a defensive pact with Portugal.
Diplomacy?
I don't need-
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy,
Okay.
quadruple alliance.
Yeah.
Renegotiate treaty. How about you just give me
Also can...
investment rights and instead. Yeah.
So, you need to get your people over.
I will. What do you need?
You see the front lines.
Okay.
Move them. One each.
Ooh. Hmm. I could try and make them my protectorate, which would keep me below the infamy limit, and there are no countries that would immediately side with them, but it is more risky, so I don't know if I want to take that risk.
I
I'm not
would.
going to do that
You're
yet.
probably better off just taking the
Yeah.
land from them.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Also, I am tempted to bring them into my market at some point.
You
just
need
because
some at the Elbe front.
I said
Back
I
out.
saw 2 armies, so 1 each. I told you that.
Okay, you know what? I want to land some down here. By the way.
Down here. It doesn't really matter. You just need to get through to the HQ, which is shorter if you don't land. But if you have a small army there, sure, do it.
Yeah, I want to get the
So.
This game just feels so different when you're not playing at higher speeds.
True.
Low. A little bit. Just a little bit. Slightly.
Oh, okay. No, the
My glorious
Bonaparte.
American Navy is crushing the weak Spanish Navy.
Yeah. And there we go.
oh, they backed down. I didn't make any other demands primary yet. Oh well.
Yeah, sometimes the timing doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, I should have probably paused while adding demands, but ah well. At least I got the main one I wanted.
Oh, but then we
I
could
can
have
get the red
bored each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to
So
get
close.
that. Yeah, I was going to get that. I was going to get their other
It-
on the other
if-
code.
if-
I was going to
It'd be a
transfer the-
British Netherlands British sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah. How much would? Yeah. It did 12 my infamy by a little bit again, so that's good. That's nice. That should keep my subjects happy. Now, how can I get Luxembourg to? Okay.
Yeah, we need the capital and Bohemia. Okay?
Yeah. No worries.
Okay, good.
Oh my god, when will this war in China end?
Well,
Well,
you know
that
what
would
this game.
end.
Yeah, never start a land war in Asia.
Oh, finally, just for fucking Hong Kong.
Also, I'm blockading the Austrians, so nothing gets into their in from the sea.
Finally.
Yes, no more goods to Austria. Enough.
Did I accidentally select privatize?
Hard to do.
Some sub buildings already privatized. What's this? Applies.
Hey Zeb, what would it cost me to buy Connecticut off of you?
Connecticut? It's not for
What?
sale. What, you want the company from there? You know, you could technically get the bonus. I'm pretty sure you could get the bonus if I have the company build buildings inside of your country.
I know, I was just kidding. Like I'm scrolling
Or
through the
even if I
company
trade
like,
it to you. If you're willing to support some of my stuff, I can ensure that I build the company and send you its guns.
What if Lena paid you real money?
What's your PayPal?
Yeah. Just right you.
True realpolitik.
Okay, something is really weird. For some
A lot
reason,
of things are really
the Russian fleet. No, wait. I won. How?
What, they're just really incompetent?
The UI was weird. No. The Russian fleet just fought against mine, and it looked like it won, but then it didn't.
Nope, I got Jack the Ripper. He's in New York.
Ah. Yank the Ripper.
This calls for an increase in the police force. They are there to protect you. That is what I have to tell you all.
Yes.
All of my citizens.
Yours isn't at 5 already?
I can't go up to 5 right now.
I did.
Bureaucracy. I haven't gotten around to expanding it fully yet. By the way, DC is a very good province now.
They've changed it, sort of, or is it
No.
just the meta that's changed?
No, just the mechanics of the game are slightly different, which have somehow made tiny states like DC work well. At the end of my game, I had 3 million pops in there, and I only started doing the. I only did the greener grass for like 20 years in game. Oh, he's been caught already.
That was fast.
Yeah.
New York police apparently very efficient in this timeline.
Also, I have John Brown, so yay.
Good.
I've got Charles Dickens.
And I've got
Juan Alvarez.
Firmin Boutinier, whoever that is.
What are we asking right now? Question mark?
Oh, it's just interesting people we've got.
I could invite Giuseppe Garibaldi.
Yeah, I was looking at him too, but I already invited another exile.
I
Made
have
it lead my bourgeois.
still Friedrich von Hohenzollern and Gustav von Rauch are historical characters for me.
Okay.
I see a Bunyoro market liberal. So I guess Bunyoro also had the corn laws thing happen, where the market liberal got exiled.
You know what's weird? I have like censorship and level 4 secret police, and I can't get the stupid Malay national movement down. I'm suppressing it as well. It's like it just doesn't go away.
Historically, bad things tend to happen when Prussia starts thinking like that.
Blame the Prussians. You always just blame the Prussians, don't you?
Okay. Now,
Yeah, we have done nothing wrong. Totally.
no,
Yeah.
totally. No. We are very nice people.
But you have your strategic goal on Bohemia, yeah?
Yes, I have
Because
it
you're
on.
fighting at every other front line. There are fights, but nearly none at Bohemia.
I have. See, I have them on Bohemia. I mean, on this one, I think I said conquer Austria, so, but I can also put it onto Bohemia. So now we can. They go there. Because we already have Austria, so.
I know, but they can't go below. Apparently not.
No,
below
they can't go below because we have the capital.
Okay.
Let's conquer Bohemia as well, just for it.
It's faster.
Yeah, and I want my gun factory slowly. Why do I need bold action for that, even though it's historically accurate? This was a big war. And I'm still working towards universal suffrage. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is not what you'd usually expect when you hear France
There
and Germany
we
have been at
go.
war.
What?
Huh?
What?
Universal suffrage.
Ah.
That was just... das war eine schwere Geburt.
Sure.
Everyone can suffer.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Bremen just capitulated, yes. Dun 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 dun. Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
No worries.
Oh no, so many countries have left the Zollverein.
Yeah. It's sad for the mandate growth, but what can you do?
That is a wonderful North German Federation. Hello, little neighbor. On good relationships.
Yeah.
This is the timeline where France and Germany are good friends.
For now, yes.
Rest of Europe starts sweating heavily.
I mean, historically, France and Germany being friends has been good. The only ones who should be in Europe are the British.
I mean, honestly, during that time, it was more like, the British and the Germans were actually friends for a long time. Then the Germans just were like, you know what? We want our own, military strength and colonies. And then Britain was like, no. And this is how everything happened.
Yeah, but I mean more that like France and Germany being friends is like prefigures Brexit.
Yeah, like honestly, post World War II, the relationship between France and Germany just like did the biggest 180. Like, I mean, it is there is a very funny irony in the fact that people are nowadays being like, oh, like especially from Americans who are like, oh, isn't Europe, being afraid of Germany? And the reality is like, France likes Germany, Poland likes Germany, all, Netherlands and Belgium likes Germany. Like, no, we're just the happy friends club now. Well, not fully happy, but it's like different, very different.
Yeah. When Poland is asking Germany to step up tank production and send them tanks, you know some things have changed.
Yeah.
That said, I feel like Poland is like the mood where they ask anybody and everybody to do that because they're just so excited to fight.
Oh, Poland definitely, but they still they still will still saying, hey, Germany, can you help us supply, for... And here's the thing. The Polish were basically like, there's gonna be a war with Russia, and a lot of people, even Germany, were like, you may be a little bit paranoid and have my old grievances, and, then Ukraine happened, and now everyone's like, maybe there is gonna be a war with Russia. We should be a bit more aware of that. Okay, Dun, 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 dun.
Years into the game, almost 10 years into the game,
Oh well, but yeah.
Well, we had lots of crashes.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
I have a bit... Yeah, finally. I have catched up in GDP a bit.
That's good.
He's literally overtaken you, France.
I know,
yeah,
I had enough problems right now. I'm currently building up. And still there's the fucking positivist movement who's just like, we do not like you. And it's like, shut the fuck up, you're not even... Fuck you, get suppressed, idiots. Oh no, this is against my right. Oh, not so positive about that now, are we? Well. Good. I'm kind of happy with how everything is going. Like, I think it's been a while that, we've been like the past weeks we've been kind of on this channel, we've been a bit on the backlog because like we don't even really know what's gonna be the next big thing on Sundays. We will finish up Borderlands on Wednesday, though, I think. So that's gonna be great. Finally, through with that. Still need to find something else to do during the next Wednesday streams. And Sundays. It's kind of sucks that, the last thing I grabbed the Siren's Call expansion is just like a one-time thing. A one-time thing I wanted to do, but still.
I need to finish watching the VOD because I have to go. But I want to watch the rest.
It's honestly, it was really good. I really like that. You've been there for the... I know you were there right at the end, right?
I rejoined, I think, right after you stopped playing.
Damn, yeah. I love how the ending actually, like, with just a few lines, like, recontextualizes some stuff from the base game that I just really love. Like, it doesn't change stuff majorly. It just changes the perspective to the degree, like, oh yeah, I see that. It's just nice. It's just that thing when you play a game and like, this is hitting differently. This is good. But yeah, basically still guessing a lot what could be next for Sundays and stuff. One idea was maybe picking up the Neo games, because that would be a long-term project, but it would be fun. Getting through some of those. But yeah, I have to see where this will lead me.
Now I need to find out how to change Austria's attitude towards me.
That's gonna be hard. Some ways that you'd have to do like some big stuff to side with them on some things that normally wouldn't happen. You're gonna have to work towards improving opinions, trying to do any kind of treaty that you could possibly do to suck up to them a little bit. Stuff like that.
I could give them Bohemia back, but then I still wouldn't get anything out of it.
They do. So the AI does have opinions on you holding territory that they want, and so there's a potential that would massively change their opinion in the positive for you.
Yeah, the problem is basically an alliance or defensive pact, which is kind of what I probably want, is at -1,000 something. And giving them Bohemia gives like 180.
Yeah, there's just some things that they will not accept even as a deal, but they often are more likely to accept gifts.
Yeah, true. Now it's really the question, if I give them Bohemia back, you think that will change their
Potentially.
attitude?
I think if you have to like go so like hover on their attitude, look at the score, and it should say the reasons why the score is that way. It'll say things like
it
infamy,
says-
natural enemy, stuff like that.
Poor relations, a natural enemy, a rivalry, and a military threatening neighbor.
I also have the Ripper.
Oh, how the fuck did they clone each other?
Zeb,
What?
did you export your serial killer to me?
Look, when we caught him, there was a cloning lab. Okay, we don't know what he did with it.
Hey, who's attack? Oh, America is invading Spain. Okay, that explains the blue. The blue.
So, what do you think, Seb? Giving them back Bohemia will do anything or not?
Based off of what you listed, probably not. They're probably not going. So, your best bet is probably just constantly try and increase relations. Eventually, you'll increase them. But the most key thing I'd say is keep an eye out on their interests and any wars that they may be involved in. Let's say that if the Russians attack the Ottomans and they join on the Ottoman side, you could join on the Ottoman side as well, and then they would like you for that time and use that time period when you're on the same team in order to like get a treaty done. Ooh, I think the changes to front lines have kind of screwed me over here a bit.
Okay.
Because I can't have two fronts in Spain right now. It's been collected into one front, even though the provinces are different.
Yeah, probably needs a bit of adjusting still.
So, what I've done with this war is first I sent my army to invade the Philippines, which caused Spain to send all of their troops there eventually. And then I sent most of my troops to invade Spain itself, which then caused Spain to send everything back, including their subjects' stuff. And so now I'm going back to the Philippines. I will make this exhausting for them.
Yeah, this is goofy, but yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly working. I just need to hold on and delay them long enough.
Almost 50% of France's population is literate. Hooray.
Nice.
Right. Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in front of you.
Yeah, I probably now do some stuff like expanding my secret police.
Why am I the only one with good institutions?
Because I had problems. I'm expanding mine though.
I could grow economy, or I could grow government and admin.
Mine are temporary, so.
I mean, I started with dedicated police force and public schools, so.
Yeah, I'm just like, my police force is at 5, my home affairs are at 4, and my education is at 3. And apparently I'm head of Zep and Nya.
Yeah, I've had a couple of struggles already, and some bad spots where I had to stop what I had planned in order to solve domestic problems that didn't come up in practice. So yay!
You know, I still find it very hilarious that you need to invent human rights to abolish child labor.
You know what's even more funny? To invent human rights, you kinda need to invent nationalism.
Yes. The implications.
Hey, look, if humans if you want to realize that humans need rights, you have to realize that your nation needs rights too.
I mean, it is also just a game, so.
Yeah,
I mean, yes,
but like those kind of like philosophical ideas would be probably better off like time periodic events.
Or randomly, sort of. More
Similar to how, not exactly, but in the same idea as New Ages born in Europa Universalis.
Yeah, I think to a degree, and this might be
Like exactly, so that more than one can spawn, but like depending on your laws and some things, you have a chance that it spawns, and then there's a set period of time when you go over it, it spawns guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay. One thing I would probably say is that
For example, for example, like if you a country and you conquer like a big population of like what's it called, discriminated pops, then obviously things like nationalism and other things will emerge. Or if the rulers, I don't know how to do it in game specifically to simulate the situation, but yeah, to basically keep people together. That's one reason why nationalism was invented.
yeah. Also, one big thing I do want to point out though is the fact that why don't I have no progress in the? Oh.
Battle for America. Do you need that?
What?
Battle for America.
I haven't named anything.
Yeah, so the current battle in Spain is called Battle for America.
Murcia.
Mercia. Oh, America.
Yeah, Mercia, you know, in early medieval Britain.
Or yeah, something like that. I think
that's
there's
an E, not a U.
I think there's a town or Mursa or something like that. It might be Murcia.
This was with a U, so it kind of looks a little bit like America.
There's probably a location on the state, either a port location or whatever that is called that. So maybe.
Yeah, but it's just funny because America's I used to fight
Oh
the
yeah,
Spanish.
no, it's hilarious.
Are you still fighting the Spanish, or
I'm still fighting with the Spanish. It should be done soon. I have effectively outmaneuvered them.
Zep with the big brain moves.
And all it's cost me is £4 million. But in exchange, I get the Philippines. Lots of pops, lots of and some buildings and resources that I couldn't get otherwise. Still lacking in silk, though, unfortunately.
How actually do you do international trade?
It just happens.
Just happens? Okay. So it's not like I could send you silk.
You can.
You can.
Yeah, with a treaty.
You do a treaty. So in draft treaty.
Okay, well then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sometimes this happens, and naval invasions persist beyond, they persist outside of the war. I do not remember how to solve the problem. Oh, there it is. Now you have to select it at some point and cancel it manually. So, like, if you have a naval invasion that's going on when the war ends, it won't close on its own.
Time to go
No
for
more
homes.
censorship when I zoom into France. So I think it's just a war thing. And also, North German, oh my god.
Yes, the Germans are of the north.
North German Federation.
AKA Prussia under a new name.
Or Germany.
Not all Germany yet.
Oh, Lena, whenever you'd go after
Joel?
Sulu at some
Absolutely.
point, I would like to get the
Sulu Luzon?
Filipino lands.
Yeah.
Sulu Luzon and
Yeah.
their capital state, which is in the south of the Philippines.
You say
Because
that.
technically they have 3 states.
Yeah. The Dutch East Indies is currently at war with them. But I don't think they've been doing much of anything, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but they're trying to turn Sulu into a protectorate. I didn't get involved in
Okay.
it, but it is currently an ongoing war, I think.
I do see the war now.
Yeah.
Do I? I could literally just annex them on my own.
Yeah.
That said, I am trying to lower my infamy right now because I would like to. Because I would like to manifest destiny soon.
Ah,
Which, this is one thing that bothers me about the whole thing. When you click the manifest destiny button, you get 24 infamy, and then you get the claims.
That sounds like a perfect deal, though.
It kind of is, yeah. It's just the way of it. It's a little funky.
yeah.
That's all. This is also why I wasn't too bothered by the Philippines war dragging on for a little while. Is because it's not like I was going to end up fighting much more afterwards. So
Yeah, it's just the natives, isn't it? You just. Well, the native
yeah, I
Americans,
needed the
yeah.
infamy to decay anyways. So
Oh. Are you gonna need help with Mexico soon?
I probably won't need help with Mexico. It's just going to be a little expensive.
I mean, I can from Belize, British Guatemala.
Yeah,
I
naval
can reach
invade
Mexico City. Actually, yeah, you can. Yeah.
Naval invading Veracruz is very easy. Also, I am giving it a little bit of time too, so that Mexico can colonize as well. Increases the speed of things happening.
Okay, so slowly building up my new France. Oh. Making it the Frenchest of Frances.
Ho, ho, ho. The French is a France, so you're building nothing but like vineyards and food industry.
To a degree, but actually no, it's the heavy metal of France. With heavy industry. Yeah. And Baguette International is still on just the number 3 spot. I need to rise up. Oh, Egypt and Ottomans are at it again.
Oh, finally, some of the gold spawning in.
You know, every time we're talking about, you know, you bring up, gold is brought up in this game, I just have to think of Goldmember from the third Austin Powers movie, saying gold. Okay, has anyone seen the third Austin Powers movie?
Years ago, I was actually thinking about Austin Powers again recently, like that, but I haven't watched them in years.
God, I
watched-
kind of want to rewatch them, honestly, because they're genuinely very... What?
How are you doing financially?
Nah. Let me build up a bit. Then we can talk.
Okay. How long do you need?
Give me a few years. I'm just currently building up a bunch of stuff, and I need to definitely invest into the clothing market again, but I have to clear my backlog of constructions. Yeah.
Ah, finally, the poor have laws.
Nice.
I mean, yeah. I also want to rewatch Spaceballs now that they announced the second one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw some clips from it again. I'm like, yeah,
Somehow
sorry.
Dark Helmet has returned.
You know what? That's the thing where people are like, "Oh, do we need a second Spaceballs movie?" Listen, Mel Brooks is over 90s, and
He's 98.
Yeah, he deserves to have like. People forget like, oh, but Spaceballs was you know, not accurate anymore when it came out. Like the Star Wars movies weren't you know, relevant anymore. The answer is like Austin Powers also parodied old Bond movies when Bond tried to reinvent themselves, and both of those comedy movies were so influential they kind of killed their own stuff. Also, if anyone is like, you know, oh, is the movie good? Here's the thing: Mel Brooks sent the script to George Lucas. George Lucas was like, "This is so fucking funny. You know what? I sent my production company over and they help you with the special effects. This is why the movie looks so good and why there's the Millennium Falcon is in the movie because George Lucas was like, yeah, put him in. Come on." Like it was like Spaceballs is a movie where a lot of people cooperated on because it riffed on their own characters. Like there's an Alien reference played by the same actor in Alien. And they basically Mel Brooks was like, hey, do you want to be in that funny thing? And they're like, yeah, sure, let's do this. And I think
also, if I recall correctly, Mel Brooks is a pretty beloved person.
Oh yeah, people like him. He's like, he's. That's one of those things, you can clearly see how some movies get made because the guy who makes them is just liked in Hollywood.
Yeah, and like Mel Brooks, this week, like if I recall correctly, like next Thursday he turns 99.
Yeah, and you know what?
He was born in 1926.
This is like gonna be the last hurrah of old parody movies. Like, okay, I need to point out, the new Naked Gun movie looks good. Shockingly good. Okay? I just want to get that out. This was definitely written by people who knew exactly what they were doing. Also, did anyone have seen the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, the O.J. Simpson joke, like, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. But yeah, it's also I was like, this is good absurdist humor. Is this again someone from the Lonely... It's someone from the Lonely Island again. It just makes so much sense. But also, I have to say, you know what? I'm actually genuinely happy that Liam Neeson is able to actually, do another role, even though he parodies his own movies, and he still gets the deadpan delivery from the old Naked Gun movies, right? And it's like, you know what? Good for him. Good for him to actually be in a better, to just not play Liam Neeson all the time, even though he still plays Liam Neeson to a degree. And you have like, yeah, no, Spaceballs. It's like, they announced it and like it's this long ass scroll of just how many sequels happen. It's like, this is the like, when people are like, oh, why is there a sequel? Was the sequel needed? The answer is like, hell, Mel Brooks even made a joke about it. Like, like he said at the end of the trailer, we're like, we listened to what the fans, we know what the fans want, but we made this movie instead. It's like, yeah, there, like, if any series has a right to make jokes of unnecessary sequels, it's Spaceballs. Just point.
I forget. Didn't Spaceballs end in a non-open ending?
Okay. So should I just spoiler what happens?
It's been like 2 or 3 decades.
Okay, Lone Star gets
to get like 2 decades since I've seen it. So.
Lone Star gets together with the princess and how was he called in English? It was Dark Helmet and the Spaceballs crash with the head of the Spaceballs 1 ship onto the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, it's the Planet of the Apes. Like literally, there are 2 apes on horses. They're like, who's that? Like, it's Spaceballs, and like then the Planet of the Apes is fucked, and then the movie ends. So yeah, I have no idea where this is going, but there's gonna be merchandise again because that's his favorite joke. What are you doing in this desert? Merchandising. People are like, is Spaceballs funny? Listen, the thing has the movie has a line where played by Mel Brooks himself, where he just goes to the admiral, and is like, tell me what to do. I can't make decisions. I'm the president. Like, they knew what they were doing. Yeah. It's still so funny that the Austin Powers movies killed, how's it called? Classic Bond, though. Like, it's like, everyone's like, oh, Blofeld. Like, yeah, Blofeld is great. And then there's Dr. Evil. Right.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear someone say Doctor Evil, my mind instantly goes to Mermaid Man.
God.
I just imagine Doctor Evil introducing himself, saying evil the same way Mermaid Man says evil.
I mean, it's probably even a reference because, like, yeah, like, I mean, Mike Myers literally was like, he's just like, I'm going to make the most evil antagonist ever that speaks purely evil, and it meant $1 million, and then everyone laughed. I was like, $1 bazillion. It's like, especially with his fucking gestures, just oh god, and then
So good.
and then the fucking funniest thing is in hindsight that they made 3 movies with that during the period where Bond was just like, maybe we shouldn't do the whole supervillain thing again, and then they just ended it with the whole what would be like the dumbest reveal to pull in any franchise. So they played as a joke Dr. Evil and Austin Powers are brothers. And then fucking James Bond was like, we need to bring back Blofeld. And like, oh, but we need to make him serious and have an actual connection. Like, what if we make them brothers? And they're like, no, you fucking stop! Don't fall for the fucking... So good. It's so stupid, but also just so good. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing I will say I like about the trade change is the shipping lanes UI. It's so much. It's actually readable.
Yeah.
Like instead of having to like scroll through list after list of what's it called? List after list of like everybody's trade routes. No, it just shows the military supply lines, and there's another tab for the actual trade. Such a good update.
True. Is there a way to see the world market directly?
Yes, you go onto the market tab, and then at the bottom bar, where you usually get the building browser stuff like that.
There
that's
it
the world
is.
market.
Okay.
So it'll show you like all the imports for goods, all the exports for goods, that kind of stuff. You can't. I have some slight issues with like the sorting features. Like it's very hard to tell. You have to like really dig for it to find out who's trading what and how much. But at least it does provide the info that you need for it. Just takes work to find. One thing I don't like about the goods transfer menu is that if there's not a good in their market, you can't really, and there's not, if there's not a demand for that good in the market, or there's some, like, it's very arbitrary about telling you what you're allowed to send and what you're not allowed to send.
True. Also, it's hard, especially for me, to see the difference between a thumbs up and a thumbs down if you just skim it.
Yeah.
So ideally, like in nation formations, the flag of your country is like highlighted. If they do it the same way with the thumbs, it would be way easier.
da, 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 da.
Yeah, free trade.
Are you saying this trade is free?
Yeah, you can just take one if you want. Take
Damn.
one trade.
So,
I may have accidentally bloated Hawaii.
what? Accidentally. Oh my god, what have you done?
Inflation.
I'm sorry. A kind of inflation.
Hawaii inflation fetish confirmed? Question mark?
Just if you're really curious, look at the state.
Okay, what have you done? Let me just check. Information. It states. Wait, what?
Let's just say that I did things in the wrong order.
Lots of logging camps and iron mines. American iron mines
Yes.
and American logging camps.
Yes, I did build out their entire economy.
What would you
No,
like to do
it
in
wasn't
Hawaii?
malicious. Yes, I intended, and I did build a port and railroad, but I didn't build them first because I had them set first, but when I prioritized, they got sent to the bottom of the list of priorities. So,
Just crashed the whole economy. What do you gonna do next? Annex them?
maybe. Well, so one thing I'm actually doing is I am checking. I know there is a Hawaii event. I am checking to see how it fires because, or like how it even shows up in the potential journal entries. Because I'm pretty sure that the trigger for it is that you need to have you need to have buildings that you own in Hawaii while having, I think, ownership on the Pacific coast and being and having it like your home state in the Americas. I think like those are the conditions, but I'm unsure. So this is a little bit of testing.
The Anti-French League has requested that we declare a rivalry with France.
Oh, the Anti-French League asked me to get a defensive alliance with the Ottomans.
Yeah, earlier they asked me to get like an alliance, not even a defensive alliance, an alliance with the East India Company, which, yeah, no. But
Yeah,
They are international.
yeah.
Here
Yeah.
it's more because I'm pissing off the Ottomans because the Ottomans because I think the pro-British League is like the French-British Fellowship is like the Ottomans is like the Brits. Maybe we should declare rivalry. Maybe we should just be nice because we like the Brits. And I'm like, yeah, I don't hate the Brits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How attached are you to your holdings in Sumatra? Because I could declare rivalry, or I could dismiss this in return for what rightfully belongs to the Dutch East Indies.
Would you fight over it?
Agonia?
You're my power block, we're not in an alliance.
Technically, we can't do direct wars just yet, though.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you have to wait till the 70s according to Zep's rules.
70, yes. So yeah, I'm
I am
on a 23
once again,
years.
that rule is a little bit flexible if we feel that we are if we collectively decide that we want to lower that, then I am game for doing that, although I think that lowering it to 50 might be a little low.
Yeah, and everything's open to negotiate. But yeah, like, would France terribly mind if we declare a rivalry then?
No? Do it?
I mean, it would explain a future war.
True.
Just between who?
It's a rivalry between Nya and DEI. I refuse to not make that joke.
That's actually nice of you because now my infamy decays faster.
It's mutually beneficial.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Mutually beneficial hatred.
Yeah. Would North? So I am in the North German power bloc, but is there any way to get an alliance with North Germany?
The North German Federation
Yes.
would probably be hard. I don't know what I would want from you.
Well,
We trade, but you're on your own.
I might, in the long run, maybe go for a mandate to defend the power block. What do you want, Zep, from me? What do you want?
Literally just trade privileges with each other, so we trade more.
I mean, sure, I have lots of unused convoys, actually.
Yeah, all of that treaty does, a mutual trade thing, is it increases each other's trade advantage towards each other, which means that just if you have the option, so like if your steel industries want iron and coal, then after looking at your territory, they'll look at my territory before other territories that are selling to the world market. And they'll get it a little cheaper from me. So essentially what we're doing is we're guaranteeing a little bit of trade from each other at slightly reduced rates. I think it's slightly reduced rates. I don't remember exactly the details on that. I still need to examine it more.
Trade.
Also, it's really hard for me to tell how well my blockade is doing.
I think you generate trade advantage. So, yeah.
Oh. Wait. No, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. I thought I was starving the Brazilians.
Why would you do that?
Because they're not split up the way they're supposed to. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, but always remember when the Brazilians are cornered, they will pray to their patron saint, Son Goku.
Well, unfortunately, his Kamehameha is going to take way too long for it to do anything by the time game ends.
Yeah,
It'll be the year 2000 in game. Or actually, when was the first Kamehameha that Goku did?
Oh,
that was still an original Dragon Ball. After he learned it from
Was this in the
Master
70s?
Kame.
Sorry, not 70s. Was this in the 90s or?
Let me just check really quickly.
Indian Utilitarian Revolt.
Oh,
So Nya was having problems with the positivists, and now in India it's the utilitarians rising up.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they'll be crushed.
So that was in the 80s, actually, 1980s.
okay. So it wouldn't be until 1980 when Goku would be able to help. He's charging up.
yeah.
Would that actually be more accurate of the Genki Dama?
Maybe.
I know my Dragon Ball lore. I read
Hold on.
them.
No. Both count. It can be both.
Yeah. But just Kamehameha is a lot faster, actually.
He mixes it up. He has definitely done the slow Kamehameha.
You know what the funniest part about that is? That it's literally just Kamehameha because, you know, he's working under a turtle-themed master. And
Yeah.
it's just like, oh yeah, there's, you know, and the Japanese word for it, for turtle is kami. And so like, oh
Yeah.
wait, there was another word with kami. So just, you know, it kind of is weird when people are, you know, learn an attack from a manga first. And then like, wait, the king was named that? Yes. And he was a weirdo. He slapped the Union Jack onto his own flag just because he thought it looked nice.
I mean,
To be fair, if
it's
you're
not wrong.
if you're interested in flag design, the Great Britain flag does look pretty nice. It is very irritating how some stuff is not like symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's not,
admittedly, with all of the lore behind it, it's pretty cool.
the Union Jack isn't a bad flag. I concede
Actually,
that.
what's your guys' vexillological opinions on the progress flag? Actually,
I like it.
Yeah. It's
I see what it is.
oh, it's
I think it's a bit too much. It's like there's
Nah.
too many things going on. In terms
honestly
of,
it's
I
fine.
get that, but I also
It's-
feel that a lot of the people who get really uptight about vexillological rules are just.
I
are
don't
just
ever think
uptight.
that, but it's more just like the original Pride flag. So like going back to the 80s, I think that
rainbow
kind of
flag.
just works the best. Yeah, the rainbow flag.
Yes
I think
and no. I mean,
in terms of vexillological.
So I
terms.
have two things to say about this. One, if I were to make a complaint, it is a little noisy. Two, I don't think traditional vexillology should apply to things like the progress flag.
yeah.
True.
I mean, also,
But I mean, I was just saying in specifically the context of flags,
say one
sort
thing.
of.
Say one thing here.
Yeah.
First of all, I would say I would disagree with that because A, we're not even using the original Pride flag anymore. That one was different. B, the thing was deeply in like there was a lot of religious stuff going on with that. Where that is just, or you know, spiritual like hippie stuff. Where I'm like, and like that's the thing, you know. If you want to look at the LGBT movement, I don't think, you know, those that part is
I think
sensible.
the idea behind the thing with that flag and the hippies was mostly that
it was a product
they
of its
were
time.
part of LGBTQ, but they were
No,
were
that
within
it
the
was
civil
from.
rights movement when a lot of that stuff.
No,
came
this
out.
was
So-
from it came from queer people, but it was still influenced by the time.
Yeah.
I think like parts of it were
Yeah,
you know
no,
are
that's what
probably
I'm
just.
saying.
It's just a thing, you know. I'm like, I don't think both flags work. It's just kind of stupid to even argue about that because, like, you know, why does it's a flag
Yeah.
that doesn't need to look good. It's like, and the thing is, it still looks good. It's like still pretty clear. It's
Also,
just that-
Lena, if you want a law passed, you can just renegotiate and add something that you want to get passed.
Yeah. Is that like I can get that? Can we can we extend the line because I need to research egalitarianism first.
Sure, do that.
Or, make it 10 years should be fine.
So yeah, like I don't think this is like even a sensible thing to talk about because like, oh, does a flag look good? Honestly, at some point, it's always like, especially with this part,
Just so you know, that's for me to enact the law, not for you. But if you want it as well, then you just make another treaty. Like,
Yeah. Like I didn't realize. I just saw it and was like, can I do that? Oh no, I can't.
like that's the thing. A lot of people who, you know, like the thing is what I also say when you say it looks too noisy. This also comes from a lot of, let's just put it like, here's the thing. I don't know how I can say it nice, but holy shit, have I heard this from a lot of gay cis men that are just like, everything is a bit too loud, and it's like,
Yeah. We're kind of.
Oh no, I'm not even.
Yeah.
No. There's a difference between loud and noisy. Noisy.
No,
For me-
Zep, that's not what I mean.
Yeah.
It's more like they say, oh, that flag is a bit too much, and does too much attention, and doesn't do, and then it's always it's like a lot of the times it's cis gay men who are generally having a problem with current LGBT movements being a bit louder again, which is like,
Which obviously doesn't apply to Ruben.
yeah, it's just like. It's just that is it's just one of those undertones that swings
No
with it.
problem with what it stands for. It was more just like as an
I know.
aesthetic design.
Yeah, we're just saying most people who say that are kind of in that category, but we know you're not
Yeah.
against LGBT movements. So.
It's also like I can't. By the way, this is something that is annoying me to hell and back nowadays because holy shit has online debate become so fucking poisoned because you can't even argue nowadays about design or where a game a game for example is like good or bad because sometimes a game just fails at what it wants to do, period. But most of the times, if you're like, oh hey, this piece of media wasn't that good, you're standing on the negative side together with people who scream shit like, oh, it's woke. And these people scream a lot more and louder than you without any fucking arguments. And this is about everything, and it's just like for example, and it's just like, this just kills so much because you're like, oh, how do you approach that at this point? Because there is reasonable critique, but it's impossible almost to really do that nowadays. Because even when something like, the new Mario Kart comes out, and, you have your people that will vividly defend it as it's just really great, and then you sit here and be like, wait, I can clearly see how all the changes add up to why people dislike it right now, and also that it's just very empty and bland to a big degree. But then there are just people who around are like, oh, it's just the usual Nintendo slop, or, it's woke, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Legitimately, what are you talking about? It's so infuriating, you have shit like, how should I put it in a way, you can't even talk about design because people are just like, oh, Nintendo always made bad games, and they're like, no. Nintendo isn't a good company, okay? Period. People love it. But fucking hell, I will never say they made bad games. It's just, there are some games where you can clearly see they have bad design ideas and they just get accentuated more and more the more everything, the longer stuff goes on, but different topic.
I need my medicine. No, I don't need it. I
Not
need
yet.
it in 2 hours.
No, you need it in 4 hours.
No, at 4. It's 2.
Oh, why did I think it's at 6 a.m.?
You're talking in a weird clock language.
Sorry.
Slavery is over in the U.S.
Yay.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
How many construction sectors do people have for construction?
I have 177 right now.
I'm still building up, but I'm at 75.
Okay.
I've only gone to 135 for now, just because I need to fund my wars, and also I'm spending some of my money on other things.
And you, Ruben? Where are you?
About 300.
Yeah, I thought so because you're playing
Yeah.
Britain.
Yeah. British,
I
British
built some and mine is still hiring, so I can't give you an accurate number. Right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, it's just, that's just really annoying about nowadays about, the just general
Yeah.
talking sphere. But yeah,
Well, how much of it is Twitter? How much of it is just
it's everywhere.
I don't know. Just don't interact with it. Just
I
don't,
mean,
don't feed it.
I know,
Don't
but
feed it. It's a
I will-
fucking
so-
gremlin.
it's also
Back
no,
onto
it's
That
not only
goes in my
Twitter.
original
It goes
point.
in the. It's got. Can I please finish up? It also goes
Yeah,
in
go
the
ahead.
different way because, like, people are weirdly negative, but in response, there are people who are just so cultishly positive about stuff that it also annoys you because it's like, stop. We can, we can talk about things in a normal way and not just be another reactionary force to a reactionary force. Like, this hyper positivity is really annoying me because it's equally destructive to just generally talking about everything.
Don't you think it's mainly the issue of there's so many people online? So no matter what you say, you're going to piss someone off.
No, that's not the point.
I mean, you're right that is the case, but that's not what she means.
Okay, yeah.
Of course you can. Like, if everyone in the world looks at your post, at least one person will be weirdly misinterpreting that post.
Yeah, it's just like there is a difference between people misinterpreting what has been said, but like maybe and like legitimately group dynamics happening in big amounts that just get more polarized over basically nothing, and that's something you just have to think about. How the fuck does that happen? And how do we maybe get out of that again? Because it's...
Can I ask, how much is this... Okay, how much of your life is, like, online? Or spent online?
I mean, I am online, but I can separate between online between offline, and it still happens.
Also,
True.
technically
It's more just...
But even then, it's a problem, because stuff from online will bleed back into offline spheres.
It's such a big part of the current, the whole
Ruben?
alt-right.
Yeah?
You're going to become a politician leading the petite bourgeoisie.
Huh.
Wait, what, in
you're
the
an
game?
abolitionist.
Or-
Yeah, in the game, Ruben Badger. You are
okay.
a general,
That's
and you are
good.
an abolitionist.
Okay. I didn't know how to react initially. I don't know. Maybe more people just need to touch grass. I guess that's... and also there's the whole thing of perhaps in small communities it can be a bit better. Maybe? Or
depends.
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but the thing with the flag that I was
I'm
talking about
currently-
earlier that I really want to emphasize is not the design or any of that. It's what bothers me about Vexology, about people who are just like kind of amateur into Vexology stuff and they'll like post about it online, is they don't realize that Vexology is like a school of thought, and it's you shouldn't be applying the same design logic when you're looking at maps that are when you're looking at, say, countries versus other companies or other groups that have designed their own flags. They go a completely different direction from countries, and that's historical. And so why wouldn't you take an ideological flag and not an ideological flag, a cultural flag, and why wouldn't you say that it can fly by different rules in design wise?
Yeah. Like, I mean...
It's the strict traditionalism that I take issue with.
Prescriptivism.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, I think the funniest bit about that is when people are like, oh, does this flag look good? Listen, the Progress flag is generally insanely well designed to so many other flags in the world.
That's good.
Yeah.
Very recognizable.
Comparatively, there's a lot worse.
It's like yes, it has a lot of colors, but the colors are distinct. It's well organized. It has a clear shape. It's something that you just look at and are like, I see every part of it and I
think it's more
understand
just
it.
the arrow on the right. Do you know those? I think I'm more specifically talking about the one with the circle in the arrow to the left. Sorry, on it.
Yeah, it was like the arrows on the left.
Yes, that one looks a lot more. I don't think it fits as much. If it was like all triangles on the left.
Well, the
And
thing
the
with,
same
with,
yeah.
with the circle, like that is the intersex pride symbol. I don't think they have like specific colors in there. So like if you want to represent intersex on the progress flag, you have to do the circle because there's not really anything else.
Though then you kind of do fall into the issue of like how do you represent all forms, permutations
Yeah,
of
to some
sexuality and
you
gender
can technically
in a
argue.
flag?
You can technically argue if you don't know a lot for the quote unquote original pride flag that most people know, because it isn't. But then you have to also go into the historical context of that it was mostly the homosexual people that made that the most of it.
True.
And they're specifically against other queer rights often. Now that this specific
Wait,
group has more rights.
Back then or right now?
Even
Or
right
just
now.
both? Even right now.
Lots of just
Exclusionary people not being
it's
like
more like I got my rights, I don't care about yours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind
got
of a
mine,
thing.
fuck
Mine.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically when the queer movement started, they were very exclusionary, and that still holds.
Can I say one thing? Not really. The thing is basically gay people did work together historically a lot with trans people, but especially when, for example, gay marriage was made legal, a lot just dipped. Because they were like, oh, why do we need to keep fighting now? And that is shitty as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, in the beginning, it was also to a degree exclusionary in the sense of let's just fight for gay rights because that's more palpable, which is true, but still, Mm-hmm.
Wow, we got getting into heavy subject topics again.
Yeah.
Topics just generally. Wow. Yeah. It's just kind of fucked.
Kinda, yeah.
I mean, it's not as surprising, but still. Like, I mean, here's the thing. I get to a degree the idea of, wait, I got everything I wanted. Why should I, keep going and to potentially jeopardize everything? But on the other hand, coward.
Yeah.
There's probably also like a small motivational thing in there as well. Like once you've solved your problem, you may think like there's like a mindset basically
Yeah, it's just
where it could just be that, oh, I'm not as active because it's not as significant because it's not directly impacting.
like there's also just other stuff. Like we see this also in just a lot of ways because I think the ability to like genuinely look over to problems or actually empathize with problems of other groups is just something that a lot of people do not want to do because it makes things a little bit more complicated. And also again the whole it doesn't affect me, so why should I care? For example, inside of trans groups, it's a lot of times that you have a very obvious split between white and black trans women, or trans women of color in general, because one side has generally much more problems, And a lot of white trans women, the moment they have a little bit more comfort, they're like, they're not going to be negative, but the attitudes is shifting.
Also, black women get tread on a lot.
Yeah, they're
So
on a
unfortunate.
big intersection of discrimination.
Oh yeah.
It's not even just that. There's there's cultural problems in it too. Where
let me
even
just-
black men are very anti-black women.
Yeah,
regardless
yeah.
of anything else.
That was basically a bit included in what we talked about. It's just there's a lot of very dumb stuff. Should we pause?
No, we don't need to. I just get another.
Oh yeah. It's like there's a lot of shit going on with that, and it's just to a degree you just sit there being like, how can we fix that? But to a degree it's just it's it's the thing people always say. It's listen to the people, try to genuinely empathize, and then maybe act not like a total shithead. Sounds not that hard if we're honest.
Imagine being a decent person.
Oh my god. Generally too hard for a few people, sadly. Like, it is so dumb. Like, it is so dumb, unironically, that we sometimes just sit there being like, you just have to look at some stuff where it's just like, there are moves from people where you just think, this should have just stayed in the draft, just why did you do that? It is stupid. And you just made it worse for everyone involved. But then it's coming from a place of just to a degree, maybe a little bit too much ignorance. And it's like, But yeah, that's the thing with, oh hey, a lot of people just simply look at what they themselves are doing. And what would be good for them, and that's that.
I guess maybe as part of the problem is some of these people get recruited on solving their own problems, and they end up not sticking around after the problem is solved. And because to them, they were involved because it involved them, and they wouldn't have been involved otherwise.
It's fine, sometimes just also very small stuff. But I think this is if I can say one thing that people do need to keep in mind is the hardest thing, especially when it comes to social justice and advancing, rights, general rights. It's you can sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm totally for that, but you need to ask yourself, when it comes to yourself, the big part of would you genuinely in the very end, when it is about you, choose the harder way of doing things because it might have a better outcome, or will you think about yourself? And a lot of people will choose the later. And then idolize fictional characters that will always go the hard route. And never look at one second at, what did this piece of media want to tell me? Yeah, cutie people did not fucking understand people did not understand Mobile Suit Double Zeta. Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta, because they did not. They did so not. It is ironic how much they just didn't understand it. I bought and I bought.
Fine. Well,
Okay. Just thinking what to do next.
Well, I'm building.
I'm also building.
I am also building.
Yes.
Everybody is
I
building.
am also building.
How interesting that we just keep doing that.
Britain is not building from the sound of it.
Yeah. Shame on Britain.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry to be Britain.
Yeah.
Ah. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Time to rebuild the French economy, because I kind of need to do that. It's a bit in a rough spot right now.
Is it?
A bit.
It's getting quiet.
It is.
Getting late.
Yes.
Well, I'm currently doing a build-up, so I'm a little unfocused in some manners. Oh, good thing I realized. Both of my... This is another weird thing. Sometimes armies don't return from being while they're exiled, and they just sit there.
Oh, labor movement.
Nice.
I've just had like 8 different events fire all at once.
Yeah, similar here.
Okay, time to manifest destiny. 16% chance of accepting. Okay, they really are afraid of me. Anyways. Turn state, force play, go. Oh, Denmark is angry at me.
Oh no, how terrible.
They're so angry, they canceled the deal where I was giving them free shit because I forgot to stop giving it to them after they gave me Greenland.
I didn't even realize you had Greenland. It is now blue.
I bought it a while. I bought it like pretty early on.
Nice. I never
Turns
looked
out
at
it is for sale.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have trusted the news.
Hmm.
Nothing but lies and fake news on there.
That one hurts.
I can't not buy Greenland just because of the memes.
Understandable. Okay. Economy is recovering. Hooray. I'm still kind of infamous. Why? I'm at 26.
It's still infamous. Under 25, you're not infamous.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, not ideal, but let's do it.
Super, Deutschland.
Big Germany.
We have very big Germany.
What can you do?
Everyone just starts being very nervous right now.
Well, honestly, you weren't going to be able to get all that land without the infamy rules, without doing that. So
No, I don't need infamy for that.
Yeah.
I
She
know
said-
that's what I'm saying is that this was your one opportunity to get all that land without having to deal with the infamy issue.
True.
Well, now on to the next goal.
Yeah.
I can build my gold company. I can do the generic one for extra minting and loyalists. I also have a specialized one for prestige, colony growth speed, and leverage generation. But I don't know if I actually want to do that.
You
So it's a
probably you don't need leverage generation because you're a member of a power block.
Prestige maybe.
Prestige
But,
could be
yeah.
useful, but the more important one for you would probably be the
Maintaining.
colony growth speed. But
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
even
not
know if you
analyzing
need
right
that.
now. No. I'll grab the gold, the regular one for minting.
Hmm.
There we go. It's not gonna get it anytime soon, probably, but still. That's good.
Now realistic art is done. So Ruben, how much construction do you have now?
Same as before.
Okay, I'm now at 460.
Nice.
I'm at 80, although I might want to drop it a little bit for financial reasons.
Also, I'm probably gonna head to bed now.
Ruben is weak again.
He's actually staying on a lot longer
this
than
weekend.
Yeah, no,
I've
I
stayed
know.
on a lot longer than
I
I usually
know.
do.
Yeah.
Another hour and...
Yeah, I wanted to say.
I'm sorry your sleep schedules are so wackadoodle.
It was a joke. Also, why did you come up with the British word again?
That's not British, that's fucking American.
It's English enough.
This leaves me quite nonplussed.
It's actually not American anymore. It was maybe American when we were a colony and stuff like that, but we don't really say it anymore.
Oh, so it's British and
It's a Brit-
outdated.
It's a British holdover that we just don't use anymore.
Okay,
What would you rather I say batshit fucking crazy?
Okay, the thing though that I want to question. Do we want to transition into Yep stream afterwards?
I think we can probably talk a bit afterwards if everyone else is on board.
Sure.
Okay.
But then we end this one here and saying, thanks everyone for tuning in. We have some progress. The Baguette International is growing. Germany became super. America is expanding its, manifesting its destiny. And you do good, Neverlands.
Yeah, like it's in 15 months I will have designer clothes.
Yeah, that's good.
That's really good.
I mean, I already have
Because
designer clothes,
go into a lot of
but
stuff.
You know what I realized? I should have get the Atlantis achievement.
you should actually the German market. What the fuck?
Everyone open up their world market and go
Where
to...
is it? Where is
you
it?
go into market,
Market.
and then on the bottom there's world market. Then you go to participants and look at the exports.
Yes, I know. Exporters
Oh, geez.
Germany. Oh my god, you have the Scandinavian countries in. What the fuck is wrong with you?
They're nice to me.
Oh my god, this is insane. Yeah, okay. I think we can definitely expand on that later.
Yeah.
Next time.
First of all, Ruben, good
Have a
night.
good, have a good sleep. And for everyone
Yeah,
else,
good night, Ruben.
stay here. We will be right back chatting and doing maybe some other stuff. But yeah. Thanks for being here with Vicky3. Just reload this, the page and we will be right back.
I am the number 3 producer of steel.
Yeah, I'm building